Good evening and welcome. And particularly welcome to all the people who joined midway during the stream and asked me how my vacation was and was redirected back to the start of the stream. So welcome to you as well. Because I figured that we're going to talk a little about big vacation so that when everyone comes in midway through the stream and wants me to repeat it, then we can just say, hey, welcome back to, or just go to the start of the stream when I talked about my vacation. I don't know. I feel that would be somewhat instead of going through the same thing. Oh, it was good, and then yeah, moving forward. So yeah, I'm back. Was on a week vacation. I'm back now. I'm back this week. Then midway during next week or Wednesday morning next week, not the week starting tomorrow, but the week after that, I'll also go again. So, so how was your vacation? Hector, go back to the start of the stream. Yeah, so it's a new way to rope in a new viewer. Clever. You just tied that in right really well. Yes, so just context, and I feel like sharing a little bit because there are like, I just want to share a little bit about it, and that's otherwise you just fast forward half an hour or something, and then we'll be fine. And in the meantime, you can maybe hear the game in the background because I am just rolling a little bit backwards so that we are filling up the spaceship, and that's gonna take some time anyway. So whether we're looking at the game, just watching an occasional spaceship launching with a few more robots or a few more green circuits, or we sit here and look at this beautiful face, then that should be about as interesting. So yeah, context. I went to a Tantra festival, and you don't know what that is, then that's going to be even more fun. So basically that's like a yeah, it's a retreat. It's more like a summer seminar for a week where you do like embodied exercises, massages, plays, breath work, meditation, yoga, also more sort of power exchange, rope, and just kind of all sorts of fun, sexy, erotic games and parties. And that's kind of the context of it. So people get there to sort of do self-development and to connect with other people. And it's super fun. So, and as you can probably imagine, that in an age of consent like now, it is an interesting thing to do something where random people meet in a retreat space somewhere and then stay together for 7 days doing all sorts of embodied exercises. That's something that takes some taking care of each other and boundaries and all that stuff. For when you're done with the narration, you can always just ask and then just ask it again if I may want to get distracted, or I may want to sort of think that, but you're very welcome. I also for the moderators, I shared some pictures, some shibari pictures that I'm really happy about from the vacation. I think they are super aesthetic, and they're probably still not safe for work, but there's no nudity. So not getting the latest video on schedule. For that, good reason. Hope you enjoyed your time out. Thank you, Pickle Nick, and welcome. Yeah, there will be. It's summer vacation, so it'll be a little bit erratic. So anyway, we were like 60 people at this retreat, and I was there with my partner. And like usually these events, I've been to this 3 times, and another thing like other 3 times, and there's a really good atmosphere, and people are just having fun and just chilling. And this year there was something different. Patreon 20,000, thank you for the Prime, which kind of made me go like, yeah, this is the last time I'm going to an event like this. So I invented a new concept, and my partner, who is a therapist, she absolutely loved the term and is going to bring it into her work. Miko, thank you for the Prime. Ooh, love those brand new Primes. Oh my god, that little kitty. He's also been on vacation, so he's very hungry for attention. Trauma exhibitionism is a new term that I have coined. Maybe other people have come up with it as well, but here it is. That is when you take your deepest, darkest trauma and you share it to everyone. Not for everyone else's sake, but for your own sake, because you like the attention of everyone going, oh, oh, are you okay? Is there anything we can do for you? Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the 5 gift arenas. And yeah, I said that was trauma exhibitionism because I was like, it wasn't. There was no need for everyone to hear that, except that she wanted to hear that, and therefore it was didn't really serve a purpose for everyone else. But you know, when someone starts in a forum like this, someone was saying like, some people are dancing too close, it violates my boundaries, and I'm like, you go to a festival with people to get to know each other, like people dancing too close, like just go like, back off. That's if you call it violating your boundaries, then it's a little bit maybe you shouldn't go to these kind of events, in my opinion. Pavel, thank you for the 55 months. And then someone followed up on that and told about like really traumatic stuff about the sexual abuse growing up, and her children had been sexually abused, and it was super heavy. And it was like, definitely something, talk to your friends, but don't share it to 60 people, because we come there for sort of good vibes and having fun, playing together, and it's really hard to find something that's bigger mood killer than that kind of trauma. Hey, thank you for the 82 months. And by no means belittling it, but it's just not. You also have to think about what is the purpose of sharing it to everyone. Like, is it for their sake, or is it for my sake? And it was definitely for her sake, so she could soak up all the attention. But it completely killed the mood, and the facilitators were sort of taking these stories and then sort of like, oh, we have to be super careful about consent, and no one can do anything, and it was like no touch at all without explicit consent. And I was like, okay, this is not going to be a fun week, isn't it? It's a 404. Thank you for the 35 months. And then sort of next day, or sort of even on the way out, I met someone that I've met at other sex positive events. And she was like, we were sort of filtering out through the door, and she just touched me on the shoulder, like, oh, here you go. And then she was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I touched you. And it's like, you touched me on the shoulder. Like, oh God, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I don't know what to do, because I do this. It's a habit. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But that kind of sort of siphoned out through everyone, that everyone got more careful. And this is the interesting thing. Sinbi, thank you for the 3 months in advance. What happens is, it's the same thing that happens that you're like, you've all been in this situation probably. There's a class, you're supposed to be a full class of 30 people, 25 people showing up, and 5 people are missing for whatever thing, like an event or something. And what happens? The organizer starts berating the people who show up for the people being late. Like, this is literally you're telling off the people who are doing the right thing, and the people who are not doing the right thing, they can't hear it. And that's exactly what happens if you do like talks to everyone and go like, you all have to be careful. What happens is that everyone who is completely in sync and knows this and have to be really careful, and especially the people who are overly careful, they'll be like, oh no, I don't want to be violating anyone. I need to be extra careful. Which means that the people who are doing fine in a space like this, they get sort of nervous and retract. And the people who are the ones who didn't get the message and don't understand that you can't just go up and grab people, or grope people, or dance, grind on them, like, they'll be like, this is not for me, and they'll continue the behavior. And that's the problem that happens when you give like collective scolding of a group, is that the wrong people get the message. Like, I remember also from my kids' school that there were like two people in the class that were noisy, and then the whole class were told off for being noisy. And my daughter was like, I don't know. And she's like a shy girl, so it's like she was not the noisy one, but she was still the one who took it at heart. While of course the noisy ones, they didn't listen because they were talking, and it's that kind of attitude. And what happened was, of course, that sort of people got sort of pulled back from the adventurous mode, and it's all about like, this is all about like exploring your boundaries, doing things that you wouldn't do normally because you're in a safe space. So you can try doing stuff that you wouldn't normally do. And this is like, I do a lot of rope, and this is where someone who's been like dreaming about it or heard about it, they can be courageous because they know that there's a safe container and everything is good, and they can sort of jump into this and be courageous, and maybe they'll discover something new about themselves. Maybe they discover something they love and something they don't love, but at least they sort of do it in a safe way instead of just finding a random date and going home to that person and getting tied up. And that's probably not a good idea. So, you become self-conscious to the point of over-transacting. Yes. And thank you, It's4 for the 5 gifties, and Sujin for the 25 months. Is it only 25 months, Sujin? I think feel you've been around for much longer. Direction that has more towards fun, more towards self-development. Yes, but this was, I mean, of course, the great thing about Tantra festivals generally is that there is this implicit thing, and I don't know if people get it, but this is something that I talked to my partner about, is that during the day there's a lot of sort of deep emotional work, and you get sort of, oh, I hate that sound, the tune. There's and sort of all your sort of your inner work and the trauma comes up, and there's a lot of crying and self-reflecting. You get in touch with your anger and your sadness and all that stuff during the day, and after you've been crying all day, you're just so fucking horny at night. And that's the beautiful part. That's the sort of implicit thing about these things, is that you're sort of like, oh, I just want to get touched, and I want to just touch someone. I just want to connect with people because I've just been through this thing. And it's kind of, everything about it's just wonderful in that regard. And it's kind of, that's kind of how everyone knows that it is like that. So you go through some self-development work during the day, and then during the evening there's some more playful and erotic exercises. Gearfell, thank you for the 24 months. I love that. Well, that ended the train already. I have left certain spaces for good in the past. Just build stuff like this. Yes, that's it. And you can also say, like, so for me, like I decided that I can't, and my girlfriend left earlier because she just couldn't handle that attitude of just everyone being so overly careful, and she's very much into play and also sort of like challenging in a way that's sort of just, yeah. She's very direct, and I love that. And she felt like, oh, I'm being shamed for who I am. I can't be in a space like this, and totally understandable. And I stayed around because she didn't want me to leave with her as well. But the thing is, like, I had an easy time, like in a sense that the problem is that the shy guys, and there are a lot of shy guys, or the awkward guys, they pull back and become even more careful, and I just become more explicit. And so I was having a blast personally, and had lots of fun events and encounters, and it was just absolutely magical for me personally. But it was despite the event, not because of the event. You're supposed to, like, the event is supposed to sort of elevate, but it was like, let's say that there is a cuddle room where you can go to cuddle, and there's a play room where you can go to play, or the naughty room. And it was very much a frequent flyer of the naughty room, and the thing was, like, no one else used it, like, and that's kind of the essence of this. There's like, everyone got so careful and got so like, oh, then we'll just sit here and talk and then make sure that at everything, are you okay with it? And I said, can I put my hand on, can I give you a hug? And I'm like, okay. And nothing is like a mood killer than being so explicit about sort of so trivial things. So yeah, there was the general vibe was very, very cautious. And I also sort of, so I played a lot, and I had a lot of good connections, and I had a lot of fun. Maybe that's why I seem excited today, also because I'm back to you guys and Factorio, and that's always nice. But there's also the part that I also thought, okay, then I'm going to do, I noticed something, and this is one of the topics that I really want to bring up with you. It's not sort of, because I think some of you might have intimate experiences in this regard that maybe you would like to share with me. How's that for a teaser? So I started to do like a little bit of an anthropological studies. It's something I've been wondering for a long time, and this was a really perfect test bed to see if I could sort of figure out some trends. And and the topic that I sort of decided that I wanted to explore was, and then Sujin had write something, so I'm um, just gonna see that. I think there's a moment in most people's lives where they realize they don't need other people to validate them, and age or puberty usually don't play a part in most of the time. Met old people who still haven't figured out, as well as young people have. Yes. When does the next YouTube video drop? Probably tomorrow. I've been on vacation. Um, yeah, so the topic I want to talk about is friend zoning, and I'm actually going to be like I'm going to collect my thoughts and my findings, and I might actually do a YouTube video about it because it's something I really find fascinating. Because I used to, like a lot of guys, have this thing where, like, didn't talking 10 years ago, where you meet some woman and you start flirting, and then suddenly you realize that, oh, there's never going to be anything intimate here because I landed in the friend zone. What the hell happened? And that never happens to me anymore. And I've been sort of, I'm looking at like some of the guys there, and I've also talked to them, and I've noticed that there is a very intuitive feel, like you can sense it on someone that you are the type of person who will get friend zoned, and you can be hugging the women all you want, but they will never do anything with you explicitly because you've been placed in the friend zone category. And I've been sort of, whenever there's something that's so intuitive, you can sense it and experience it, but you can't really put a finger on what is it. Like, what is the one thing? Because if you could do that, you could also just avoid it. So I do have some of the answers, I think, but I'm really curious about this as a topic before going into Factorio, because it's completely related, of course. And I thought that maybe some of you maybe have some thoughts, or maybe even some like, hey, please share your thoughts, because it happens. Because it's just something I noticed that it doesn't happen to me anymore, and I do kind of know why. But there's this woman. And I've known her for sort of, we meet every year at these festivals, and she just came up to me, and she had like this. She had this. Yeah, she's lesbian. Not that it really matters, but she's also into girls. So from that was the sort of the context of it. So she came up to me and go like, "You're just so wonderful. I want to give you a compliment, but you have to hear this whole thing." I was like, "Yeah, sure." And she was like, "You are such an ordinary Danish man." I was like, that's a compliment. "But the women go crazy for you. What is your trick?" And it was like, that's such a nice compliment, because that is true. I am by all means a very ordinary, average Danish man. And it was just such a sweet thing. And she was like, "Teach me. All the women you touch, they go crazy. What is your trick?" And it was like really, really, yeah, it was a really nice compliment, because it really got to a core part of how I interact in those places. Like, I am not the best looking. I'm not the the buffest, the leanest, the youngest, the most handsome, the most tantric, the most anything at all. I am just an average, middle-aged, white Danish dude, heterosexual dude. So, yeah. So let me see if there are any some comments. But your camera has a bad pixel, and it gave me a heart attack. Where? Oh, like there? Is that? I think so. I remember that some time ago. So, I can't unsee it. Nice. Okay. Welcome back. And sometimes when friend zone guys leave that friend zone for being with another one, peculiar things could start. Yeah. You should be hard in friend zone, and I think it's 90% to do with your own confidence level. There we go. There we go. I think you're on some. Don't try too hard. Be yourself and go with the flow. Ooh, I love that. I love that, Calidor. I love that because you kind of triggered one of my cards here. Ha ha! Because I get triggered. Triggered as in I jump in with enthusiasm, not triggered as in I'm crying in trauma about the word. When you say like be yourself, like the worst thing you can say to people who have low self-esteem is be yourself, because that's like, yeah, but I suck. Why should I be myself? and probably the people who land in friend zones, they might be not exuding confidence, and then you just tell them, just be your own awkward self that you don't like yourself either. Just be that. That's gonna work. It's like, no, it's not. It's not gonna work. It's gonna be worse because I hate myself. I hate the one I am because I can't figure all this out, and I end up in a friend zone, and I don't know what I do. Right? Just be yourself. Like that's clearly not working. Clearly, it's not working. So, um. So yeah, I don't like the be yourself. That's something you can. That's something you say when you are already confident. Then you can say like, yeah, I'm just being myself. I'm just being my confident self, and that's just who you have to be. But yeah, if you're not the confident, then don't be yourself. Not that like pretend to be someone else, but it's like, yeah, what is it that you should incorporate into being yourself that will make you more that make you send the signals you want to get picked up. That's the most point. I went a few times and found out years later they were waiting for me to make a move. Yes. Exactly. That's also a great thing. Have a Discord meeting while playing multiplayer to discuss interesting stories. You're very welcome to share this. Okay, now I can't see it, so whatever. Well, anyway, I can't see it, but then maybe that's, I don't know. I don't think it can be generalized though. It's a dynamic that develops while it's happening. It's like preparing for traffic tomorrow. Oh, but I do think that it can be changed because I used to get friend zoned and I don't anymore. Like it's very clear when I'm talking to someone that this is they might. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't get rejected. I get rejected all the time. It's just that I never sort of fall into the oh, I like you as a friend. It might be like, oh, I'm not interested in you sexually. And then we can see if we want to be friends or anything. But it's not. There's not this sort of whoops. I fell into this trap because I see it a lot, and I see it like. Yeah, and I maybe I should say sort of my thoughts about it before just think. Also say confidence. Since I got my girlfriend, I have been friend-zoned. I have never been friend-zoned since. Yeah. You're the most handsome full-time Factorio streamer I know. Thank you. Oh. Just say that with experience, you get to a point of being able to subconsciously gerrymander your prospective partner pool to avoid the people who are not likely to reject you. I don't know why gerrymandering would be a term to apply here. I guess that with experience, you also go for someone. You probably also know that, oh, this one is way out of your league, and if I sort of make passes on her, then we can be friends. But it's also like I think that for me, like the friend zoning part is now I talk from a male perspective because that's the perspective I have, and I have experience with that. Let's say I find this woman, I'm attracted to her, could be a colleague, could be during sports, could be whatever you meet, and then I'm like, okay, I'm interested. And then I make some pass. But the friend zoning part is that when you sort of start getting to know this person, whether it'll be like sorry, I'm not interested. And then they go like, okay, because that was like you were pursuing a romantic angle or erotic angle, and I was like, no, that's rigid. Or it's being sort of bent off into just like friendship. And I do think most women know that yeah, this person is hitting on me, but I'm just not interested. He's a nice guy, or maybe there's a little bit of pity, but it's like he's a nice guy, and I feel safe, and I can give a hug, and I can talk, but we're never going to do anything else. And then once you sort of are there, it's really hard to get out of it. And I think it's if you want to pursue something erotic, once you're sort of put in that box, it's better to not be put in the box than it is to get out of that box, I think. And that's the part I'm looking at it. Yourself can be pretend something to be with some specific partner. But if pretend stuff sometimes and conquered partner probably will be unhappy. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the thing. Like be yourself, and that kind of, you can draw a straw man argument about be yourself if I'm saying like don't be yourself. They go like, oh, so you mean that I should pretend to be someone else? Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that there's clearly something about the way you present yourself that is getting you to be friend zoned when you want to pursue a romantic relationship. So you need to do some change to yourself about how you approach, because you're ending up in the wrong category. You're getting mislabeled according to what you're pursuing. So last point before a girl finds her husband. I should start charging money for it. As Lee. Yeah. First comment about this. If you don't need the attention to be validated, you can be comfortable making your expectations known before it evolves into awkwardness, which is where friends will start. Yes, I think we're really onto something there. And so now I should also add something. So I think that my perspective is that confidence is a big part. Some of the people, like if you're low on confidence, that's just really unsexy. And I'm not saying like boisterous is sexy, but it's just like this, like I don't know if it's like maybe you kind of. I was like, that's who wants that, right? You can get that, then you become, then you put the woman into a mother role or a protector role or a big sister role, and they'll go like, yeah, there we go. Then you're definitely friend zoned. If you're sort of like, if the emotion that arises in the one you're pursuing is protector or pity or taken care of, you're doing something wrong. So a big part of it's like that. I think a part of it is that a lot of people, now again speaking from a male perspective, a lot of men are afraid of rejection. And I've seen, like, the best case was someone I worked with. He had a crush on his coworker, and he had a crush on her for 9 years and never made the move. And I talked to him a lot about it, and sort of we distilled it. We were both engineers, and sort of the essence of it was that he felt that if he at this moment asked her, hey, let's make out, or something like let's go from colleagues to pursue something romantic, then he was sort of like, I have a 22% of success. But if I don't ask, then I could like spend the next year on sort of happen to just be together there, maybe just happen to walk her there, maybe happen to at the newspaper, and maybe I'd go up to like a 35% chance. So I think I'll just kind of wait for those opportunities and then sort of get my odds better before I ask, because it's like all or nothing, because I've been crushing on her for years, and now I'm like, I don't want to roll the dice for a 22% chance of success. I'd rather wait another year for a 35% chance, and then later on next year go like, well, maybe I have a 35% chance, but what if I sort of, do I want to take the chance now because I could get rejected, and now I've been even more years that I've been crushing on her. So maybe it's better to just kind of see if an opportunity arises where maybe we can sort of walk home from the Christmas dinner, or maybe she has a flat bike and I can help her out, and maybe. So I think I'll wait some more time before I roll the dice. And then she finds a fiance and she gets married and she has kids and moves to the suburbs and gets a new job, and they never see each other again. And he was still like, I think I'll wait one more year. And I think that's one of the big things of just not shooting your shot because fear of rejection. A like just like that, casual that took like minutes, and then we have a shower date in the morning. I'm like, did I want to have anything intimate with her? Not really, but I was just kind of we were just kind of flirting, and then one thing led to another, and we showered together the next mornings, and it was nice. Didn't turn into any sexual thing, but it was just really nice, and and because that's like it's snappy, it's fast paced, it's responsive, it's showing interest without being like that. You don't sort of like, oh, I've been crushing on you for years. Please, will you go on a date with me? That's like, yeah, that's a little bit too much pressure because that person has already been in a relationship for several years. While this is more friendly of just like, hey, I have a shower. You can borrow the shower. Yeah, let's go. I go a shower at 7:30, so let's meet there. That's like such a smooth and there was a guy sitting next to me, and he just afterwards he was like, what the fuck just happened? I was like, I don't know.
Our
This
illustrious
is fun.
champion returns.
Thank you, Draco Falcone, for the 17 months. Welcome back from vacation. Hope your time was spent when spent. It was. And Blind, thank you for the 9 months. So, the nerdiest way it could be. I'm going to use it. You're very welcome to. Let's deal with the things. I ended up marrying my first girl who I met in 7th grade. Oh, that's convenient. Yeah. It's very easy to give off desperation vibes, which ladies do not like. Well, men don't like it either. No, exactly, Chuckers. This is also the part. Like, if the stakes are too big, like if someone comes and says like, oh, I've been in love with you secretly for several years, then it goes like, ooh, I get creepy vibes. Like, it's super creepy vibes. Let's not go there, right? Then it becomes like, okay, but then we're not starting evenly because you've been in this relationship for 2 years already, and I'm just considering starting a relationship. No thanks. Like, that's or it's like, you're the only woman for me. It's the only thing I want. It's like, okay, that's too much. You're coming on too hard. Or the whole thing of just like, oh, can I watch you brush your hair because I think you have the most beautiful hair in the world? Like, what is that? Like, what? Like, it's you have to find that sweet balance of making it light and flirtatious, and yeah. So, be an example of lack of confidence in a sort of stuttering behavior, and I guess lack of decision in general. Lack of decision, yes, I do have very near zero confidence in myself, alright, including the dating scenes. Single for almost 9 years. It feels a lot like a death spiral, as every new rejection only decreases my confidence further. How do I get out of it? Oh, thank you, Conrad. And first of all, thank you so much for sharing that honesty. This is the kind of thing I want to work with, because I met a guy there who's also sort of following me on this platform. So maybe he's you now. And there's something called rejection mastery, which is a silly thing, but it's get 100 rejections over a couple of weeks, just for anything. Because I think for me, every rejection is completely irrelevant. Because I don't remember my rejections, because as long as there are good cases, good outcomes, then the rejections, if you think about sort of looking back at last summer or some kind of thing or whatever, then if you have like one good episode, like, oh, I found someone and it was a wonderful moment, then you can't remember that you went up to the women and go like, do you want to dance? Nope. 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 Do you want to dance? Yes. Oh, yay. And you had a great time. And the other ones kind of vanish from memory. And once you start realizing this, and of course this only works if you sometimes get a yes, but then also just maybe lower the bar to get some yeses, but just getting no's and be comfortable with the no's. I rarely, let's take my shower example. I was not asking her, hey, do you want to be naked and scrub each other's bodies? I did not ask her that, because it was like, that's not what I wanted. I was just like, hey, I got a shower. Okay, hey, we can go together. And I was like, it's so uncommittal that I don't ask for something very hard. do you want to take a shower with me tomorrow? Like that kind of thing. It's not like that. It's more like, hey, here's an opportunity, and you can sort of, you print something and the other one builds upon it, and you build upon it and build upon it, and then suddenly you have a nice situation, an encounter, instead of going up with a cold, sort of like, you look very nice, you want to take a shower together. Like, that's never gonna work. Like, there's literally zero chance of that working, unless you're extremely handsome and charming and all that. But the other situation was like, yeah, you can just put it out there and then see. And I was like, oh, I love dancing. Oh, I love dancing too. Oh, I love this number. Yeah, I love this number. Oh man, should we? Let's go enjoy that together. Like, that's way less committal than going like, do you want to dance? And I like the first approach much better, because you just kind of build up to a mutual yes, where go like, I take a step forward, you take a step forward. It's like, okay, we're onto something, and then maybe you can sort of back out without it being a hard rejection. It just becomes like, oh, it just peters out. It could be like, oh, you have a shower? Okay, yeah. Can I borrow it? Like, yeah, I'm going there at 8:30, 7:30 in the morning. And she was like, oh, okay, then I'll go there at 7. Like, okay, that's a rejection, but it's perfectly fine. So for me, just get a lot of no's so you don't care about them, even for small things. And then realize that when you get the yeses, even for small things, the power of the no's vanishes. Like, they dissipate. And then it becomes less hurtful and less sort of deteriorating, I guess, with each successive no, because they kind of vanish. I think. And then, of course, there also has to be the part of looking at inwards and go like, okay, what is the reason? Like, looking at other people who are successful and looking at you, and not both physically and all the other things, and go like, well, is there something that makes them like, yeah, okay, I know why they're successful, I'm not. Okay, then look at that. So awesome. So, all healthy relations are born only when he and she wants them. Friend zone is just an attempt of a woman to keep getting benefits without offending a person. Sucks. I don't know. I don't think so. Keep getting benefits. No, it could also just be genuinely like, I like this person, but just not romantically. To know when to pass on someone. After my crush rejected me, I moved to another country for 2 years. Oh, that's a pretty good radical choice. Time of my life, I met so many girls with confidence to grow so much. A few years later, I invited to my wedding. See her face. It could be you. Okay, that's a weird thing. Like, what is that? That's super petty. Like, you clearly did not move on. You clearly did not move on if you sort of had to invite her to your wedding just to rub it in her face. Then there's clearly something still going on. So, let's wrap this one here. Rejection desensitization. Yes, it's good. Rejection mastery. Just getting comfortable with the no's, and also just it also hurts a lot less if the no's are not really a no. It's just not a yes to move to the next step. As my shower example thing proved, that could easily just be, it's not a hard no. It's just that, oh, this flirt didn't lead anywhere. Which most flirts don't lead anywhere, but I can't really come up with examples because I flirt all the time, and then sometimes I end up in weird situations, and then I can just like, oh, I don't want to take it to a sexual level. We just share a shower. So, kind of tough, but I love asking people a favor and telling them that saying no is a valid option when they are clearly uncomfortable saying no for the same reason they hate hearing a no. Yes, that's also like, yeah, sometimes you have to prepare the other person to like, a no is fine. Like, I'm gonna ask this, and I know it's a big ask. There was someone there who asked me for money, and I was like, that feels really awkward. Like, oh, I want to take this education, and I know you're a successful YouTuber. Do you want to sponsor some of my education? That was like a super awkward conversation to have, because I was like, that's not how you do things. Like, that was, and yeah, That exactly. What the fuck? I was like, she had been sort of leading up and going like, I want to ask you something, and it's a bit, it's vulnerable. It's not sexual, but it's a bit vulnerable for me. I was like, ooh, that's interesting. Like, ooh, something. And then she was like, yeah, I'm taking this education. I was like, okay, okay, from me. And it was like, oh, I want. Do you want to sponsor this? And it's like, no. So, hello, good evening, Arthur. What's the Vulcanus goals? Nothing on particular on Vulcanus. We're just gonna have fun with it. Term lookism before, but I might just be ignorant and naive. But I don't recall anyone reacting negatively to my compliment. It's usually something small, like noticing got her nails done or a guy in the cool shirt jacket. But if I think about if someone were to react negatively to a compliment, I would wonder if they're having a bad day. It depends, right? Nice tits you got there. It's probably it meant it as compliments, but not really taking it. It can be if the compliment is perceived as a sexual thing, then and like giving compliment to random people, they didn't ask for it. Like they're not. Like I can understand that it can be awkward, even though you just mean well. And also something like, "Oh, I love what you've done with your nails." Like, is that sending the vibes you want to send? When I was dating, I would always prefer someone to be honest with me. Neither of us wasted our time. Oh yeah. I mean, my dating theory. Hello, kitty. Is that you show your red flags on the first date. You absolutely show your um, showing your worst sides first, because then you don't have to waste your time anymore. If the if my personality is a red flag, then let's not waste each other's time. So, so between nose, left eye and nose. I can't see it on my preview, so I think it might actually be an encoding thing, because yeah, I don't see it. Look at this cuddly little cat. Oh, he's missed me. He missed me. All right. Kim Victoria and Nat got talking around dating, flirting, and relationship. I like it. Yep, there's going to be more of that generally, but we are going to go into Factorio in just a short time. So sorry about that for everyone who's sitting here just giving you, can we go Factorio? We can do it soon. Had before, it's a very random curiosity. I suppose a lot of the sex stuff during Shibari comes to the time process itself. Is penetration sex also common with one of the partners still tied? Yeah, you can do that if you want. It's not common, but it's definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. Juxtaposition, thank you for the 6 months of Prime. I'm actually I'm actually going to start sharing some of my Shibari work, but I'm going to share it on FedLife. So for you Kicksters out there who are on FedLife, you can get access to, or you can get my FedLife profile. But then I'm not going to share it on places that is not, let's like YouTube or Discord, because I don't want to sort of throw it in there, not yet at least. So, but I will. I am starting to collect a lot of really nice pictures, and if anyone is interested, then they're on my FedLife. And if you are on FedLife, then you can also just find them now, because it's probably not a big surprise what my FedLife name is. It's not going to be. It's not on Patreon, but on FedLife. So. Keep me to ping you on FedLife. Yeah, you can just follow me on FedLife. I only become friends with people I know in real life. Spectre, thank you for the Prime. Quick question. Are you having the time to keep up with the YouTube series, or at least the Blueprint book? I am having the time, but I've been on a week's vacation, so I'm just returned now. This yesterday evening, so I am going to get started on creating more YouTube videos tomorrow. But it's summertime, so it's going to be erratic. What is the friend zone? When one wants relations and the second one doesn't, this is already a strange situation. If someone says no, this is a sign that you should move on and just not waste the time with that person. And I do not believe in friendship between man and woman. Yeah, I mean, I think thank you for saying the last sentence, because that kind of makes the rest of it make sense. I can easily be friends with women and not have any intention of having sex with them, or they have an intention of having sex with me. That's and and I love when people say men can't be friends with women because they always want to have sex with them, and then they have a girlfriend, but they also have female friends, and go like, so you're just telling me that you want to have sex with your female friends. That's kind of what you're saying. Because if you say all men, then you are including yourself. So, VODs, thank you for the Prime for 4 months. Yep. Say goodnight to the little kitty. He'll be back for a hype train later on. Funny about that pixel thing, because I don't see it on my preview, so I think it's actually between it's in the upload thing rather than anything. The whole thing about I don't believe in friendship between man and woman is like you can only state it for your own sake. You can only say that I don't believe that I could do that. But if you start extrapolating to everyone, then you go like it just needs one case of disproving it. Then, but you can say like it's a general trend, which I will definitely concede that it's probably very common that a friendship between a man and a woman, one part wants more. I think it's a fair to say common or a lot, but not everyone. The dead pixel in the center of the camera feed, that's so weird because I just don't see it. Let me just pull up the actual stream so I can see it. Yeah, that's true. Like, there. Or there. Weird. That's actually... because it's not on my preview, so it's not on the camera. Yeah, now it's really hard not to see. But luckily we can just go into Factorio. Is it friendship? Otherwise, always has moments in them where one side gives more than the other. Solution works. Yes. It's a factory. Woo! If any of them are in a relationship, it will cause a rift in the relationship. Wow, I love. Oh, I was just about to get started, but Severed Fate. That is like such a extremely narrow-minded perspective. I'm in a relationship. I can have friends with women. I can also just have sex with women when I'm in a relationship. That is a I think that perspective is sort of the conditions for that perspective is not clear, but I think that it's like fully monogamous, very traditional. Then yes, if you're sort of in a very monogamous relationship and you're very traditional, then yeah, you can. It can probably be a thing where like, oh, okay, the woman is out there and has, oh, I'm just having a cup of coffee with my personal trainer. So like, yeah, we know how that's gonna end, right? So yes, in that case, but it's not always, because everyone relationships are very different. I live in an open relationship, so I can do whatever the hell I want, sexually, romantically, and that's just how our relationship works. So, corner of the camera for some time, probably it's just another one, maybe. So, boop, and we're in the game. Good, let's jump into Factorio. So, wake up the people who didn't want to be here. Oh, it's locked me out of that. Okay, locked out of Streamlabs here. Let's see. Okay, then I need to have like a code here, authenticator, which is nice that you at least have an authenticator. Exactly, last time didn't happen. That was just a test at the end of the stream. I'm happily married to my wife for 15 years, but we have friends that are female. but have not reappeared. Obviously, there are things I won't do with them because they are female, like dinner alone, but coffee and lunch is fine. Wife knows about it. That's also funny. Nothing, yeah. Maddie, thank you for the prime. You're standing all your stream? Yes, I am. Otherwise, I'd be even more of a couch potato than I am. Good. So we have this one ready, and there are some things that don't get there because they are not created. So we need to create some offshore pumps, and we need to get the electronic circuits and the advanced circuits into the network. So that's like the only thing, the main thing we want to do here before leaving this planet. Do you still think that it's less complicated than Captain Industry? Yes! Miles easier. It's so easy. Like, Factorio is very straightforward. It can be like, once you figure out the system, it's straightforward. So yes. That is not... yeah. Okay. And then the green ones also need a box. Funny how that didn't... There. The previous Vulcanus landing, if I haven't... I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any Vulcanus landing. Clearly we've not been to Vulcanus. See? There's no Vulcanus here. I don't know what you're talking about. And this is interesting and a great reason to show up for the streams. For those that don't like them, maybe you can just stick to YouTube videos. Tracoris, I also think that it's... I'm kind of... 10 minutes of gameplay and then a break. We're probably going to skip the first break just because of this. Yeah, this is also why I also put it in the warning in the beginning in Discord. And also for the people regularly showing up. And just show up like 20 minutes late. And it'll probably be done with the chit chat. So. My friends are very monogamously married. And she and her husband are both friends with plenty of people of all kinds. Are doing just fine. In the most, yes, exactly. It doesn't take much to sort of be, but I think I just think it's hyperbole in terms of saying like everyone and no one when you actually mean like, oh, it's a common trend that it's difficult for men and women to be friends, just purely platonic, because often one part wants more than the other. I think that's a more fair assertion than going like everyone. And I don't think when you say everyone, then what you really mean is like, oh, it's commonly or most of the time, or this is the norm, which I'll definitely I'll definitely agree with, but not the whole everyone. Let's have a look up here and see what's going on. Yeah, this one is not enough to fill a rocket, but this one is on the way. Why do we have 1,000 on the way when we already have 399? That's odd. And we need to craft some offshore pumps. I don't know. I don't really want to craft offshore pumps anywhere. What do they need to do? That's gears and pipe. Oh, that's actually funny. We could probably make it. Offshore, 2,000. Maybe just 20. Shouldn't that work? Yeah. Easy. One streamer who spent whole stream trying to make tick-efficient, repeatable blueprints for saturating belts of purple science. It's more creative. Okay, yeah, well. Don't think there's a... I think that's kind of an exercise for the sake of the exercise more than it is like has any distinct purpose to it. I also reduced a lot of the numbers here just because they were sort of, yeah, they're a little bit over ambitious. More expensive to load on a rocket. You're actually right. I think that's right. But it's just when we get there, it's like nice to have things to plop down immediately. Because the longest girders are in the wrong way. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, that's good. It's good to know. Maybe if you just looked at the video. Like this one? Yeah. Wow. Is that correct? Yeah, it is, because these are the inbound ones. Yes. And then these ones as well. It's like more than half. It's... Oof. Crazy. And what about these? Are they also broken? Yep. Now I fixed 3 rows, but I should be fixing 4 rows. So there's 1 row that hasn't been fixed yet. That one. Top one. There we go. Never played or watched anyone play. I don't know much of the things to examine the modules. I understand what's the purpose. Yeah, it's probably a little too basic to go into those kind of things. Being neurodivergent, I always gravitated to friendship with other gender. I never really understood bros code and that kind of alpha. My wife isn't concerned about my friendships. Can't say I agree with the earlier comments. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think that's... That's my thought is that I don't think that's related to being neurodivergent in whichever way. I think that's just a personality thing. I don't think that's more prevalent among various types of neurodivergence. I also feel the same way in that case. But I have been exploring a lot with working more with having more male friends and having more conversations with men at these events. And it's been very rewarding. And I enjoy it. I'm going to do more of that. Oh, what was that? Not enough space? What? Oh. For what? For that one. Okay, so there's something we have here that we shouldn't have. What takes a lot of space? Maybe we just only need 1,000 because this was before they could do partial loads. So if you just do this, it should be fine. It's that one. There we go. And then we take a save. I'm not going to end here, but that'll be... We'll call it T6. Leaving to Vulcanus again. Boop. And also... Oh, actually... Add all requests satisfied. That's kind of... crazy that I put it as all requests satisfied, because that means when I click this one, it'll just be stuck until I can make those. I don't want to do this after the first trip. There we go. Put in a red socket. Yeah, I don't know why it sent it up there, but I think it just sent a full thing. Whatever, it's there. Don't you want to bring uranium ammo? Nope, I don't. Because uranium ammo is really inefficient to bring to space. How do we do this? That one. It is... rocket capacity. 25. So... And I don't even make it at home because we're not mining uranium yet, are we? I don't think we are. Oh, we are. Yeah, okay. But we're not... We haven't researched this, so... And I don't need it. As partial, and then put 1K in the extra. Yes, exactly. It sent 399 and then sent next. There we go. Looks beautiful with this part here. So, what I need to see is Okay, so when it turns green, it'll actually go back and do another launch here, which is fine. And we are landing to this miserable place. What happened with the first trip to Vulcanus? There was no first trip to Vulcanus. I have no idea what you're talking about. So what is it, the first things we want to drop down? We want to drop down a landing pad, and we want to drop down some robots, right? Those are the things we want to get so we can get going, right? Do we have a research we can start? Yeah, we have some research we can do. This one's expensive, but what do we need here on this planet? Like, obviously we need the normal ones, but I think we need this and this because we need it to shoot the worms. That one is not actually particularly useful. We might want to get this, and maybe we'll put it in here so we don't strain too much. And capacity bonus is nice as well. Good. Did they? Oh wow, they take forever to land. Oh no, that was just in a. Whoop. Good. We have that, and now we're gonna be just letting the robots do stuff. Around, grab all this so the robots don't get overstrained, and then I run away from the robots instead. There. And Indurkin, thank you for the prime. Welcome. The other day that the drops can land on you. Huh, really? Okay, so we need to explore the area that we have to sort of get a sense of where we need to put our city blocks. And can we remember how many, or what the city blocks were going to look like? We might need to redesign them, but at least for now, that just... Okay, so this is then the borderline where we can work. And anything beyond that is new. Use landing pad for radar. That's true, but the problem is oh yeah, can I do that? Just plop it down and then pick it up again? Yes, I can. Good. That's a really nice trick. That one little robot. Funny how it didn't discover that. Too short? Yeah. Right, so our city block. Let's get the... So we need a landing block, which will be this size, and it's... These are cliffs, and these are cliffs. So where are we going to build something? I don't like building it on top here, and this is kind of bad as well. Down here, we also get stuck in... It's a little annoying, you can't see the difference between what is a cliff and what is a rock. All of these are rocks. But that is a cliff. Damn it. I'm not in any kind of hurry to get this done. And there's cliffs as well. Like, these are not cliffs, and that's fine, but that's a cliff.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
I know, thank you for the 6 months of Prime. You probably answered the question a lot of times. Probably. Okay, right. You said once you really liked the design work challenge, so why don't you just use try to examine experiments like Mulana and Rubia? Because no one cares about those designs. Like, this is the first time I hear those planets named. And if I made a masterclass like, oh, the perfect landing design for Maluna planet, then people go like, huh? And click on another video. That's why. I think there's a lot of really good content in modded Factorio. It just doesn't have very broad appeal. And I have a limited amount of playtime, and me focusing on that is just not something I have any intention of doing. It's not particularly popular, and it's not interesting. Because, first of all, I don't even know the quality, and then it's just basically, for me, for me it will feel very much like I'm playing the same game again, because it's just Factorio with more steps. Okay, so this is not an option, this is not an option. This is kind of the only option we have for placing things. Oh, that's the worm killer. We can go this one. Landing block. I think that last time we found something that was useful. Maybe like this. It will overlap. Like down here is not doable. But here and here. Or maybe here and here. That is probably doable. Let's try that. And then make sure that the stuff... Oh no, that's not doable at all. Because there were cliffs out here. Alright. Yeah, so in a world where I had infinite time to play, then yes, I would probably do it. And I'd probably play modded. And that's what I did many, many years ago when I just got started, when I was streaming 6 days a week and released a YouTube video every day. That's not the world I'm living in anymore. One worm kill will make the decision easier. That's true, but I just can't kill the worms though. That's the problem. Then I'd have to bring stuff in to kill the worms. I mean, that might actually be a thing. Stopped at Vulcanus. Oops, that's not how it works. Oops, I can't do that because it has to be green here. This is the first time on Vulcanus. I know. This is the first time. But it is true that if we could just kill one worm, it would open up a lot. Make sure that I don't go into worm territory. So that should be fine. That's also our tungsten. That would be a nice place to build. Honestly, really nice. I actually have a little bit of thing that I'm wondering about. Like this one. I'm wondering if will it ever get to the green? Okay, so it is increasing. That's good, but it needs to go... How much does it need to go to? 500, and where is it at? It's at 300 and 22, yeah. Bone Mancer, thank you for the brand new subscription. What do you think about the new feature, platform-to-platform transfer? I immediately thought about the space satellite armory that produces ammo, rockets, and supply incoming ships with what they lack. Yes, I also agree with that. I just unfortunately think that by the time it makes sense to do it, that solution is already eclipsed. So, for example, right now I'm like, okay, wouldn't it be cool if we go back here and get this? And then I know that people will immediately say, no rockets are detecting from space platforms. What? I don't know what that means. Like, let's see. What am I saying? Yeah, so the obvious thing would be like, hey, why don't you just build a platform that makes this in space so you don't have to send them from Navis up? I go like, yeah, okay, so that's a giant platform, but it needs to go back and forth between Navis and Vulcanus, because just hovering over Navis is not going to get enough materials to actually produce anything. So it needs to be capable of going back and forth. That means it needs to be self-fueling, and then it needs to be sort of defending itself with ammo, and then it needs to be able to not just do those things, but actually have surplus materials available to actually make these piercing rounds, which means that I actually need a factory as well, and a lot of collectors, and then I need a lot of space platform to build this, and then it just comes like, oh, this is a gigantic effort to build this. Like, it could take hours to do this, plus when it actually gets started, then it might produce like 1 ammo per second or something, which means like, okay, I have to wait 1,000 seconds. And because everything is so bad right now, I don't have any quality, and I don't have very much range here. I don't have a good power plant, so I can't switch to lasers. Like, all these things mean that everything in space is really awkward at this stage. While at a later stage, then it's going to be fine. But at that point, it's like, okay, whatever. I have what I need. I can just launch it, and because rockets are so cheap. So I think that yes, it's a good solution, but by the time the solution becomes viable, the planet solution is just better anyway. That's how I kind of feel. A roaming base ground planet is an interesting challenge to make everything on a space platform. Yes, you can't make everything because you can't make stone in space, which I think is like the biggest thing that they have missed for 2.1. Mokona, thank you for the 29 months. I brought them from Navis. Yeah, there's also like the classical thing, which is also what we're going to do. But I also feel that it's kind of, yeah. I don't know. Is there even space for it? Yeah. Is this even in the network? Let's go here and just check if it is in the logistics network. I think it is. Yes, it is. And there's plenty of it. Good. And what is this? Oops. This is only 50, right? Yeah, 50 rocket capacity. So that's 20 rockets launching. Stone from, but everything else could be a Croatia challenge. It could be a Croatia challenge. I'm just not really thinking I'm that might be like a masterclass challenge, but I don't think it's a challenge I want to do here. Do in the playthrough. So this one is now getting 200, not 208, but 200 in here. That's 4 rockets full, because I only have 4 rockets. And yeah, so this will probably be rocket launching constraint. There, my guess would be. No, we have a lot of blues collected here, so we could actually launch or set up more rockets here, just for this occasion of just building up, so we can. Yes, let's see. That's certainly something. It's definitely because I want to challenge. Yes, and I would also do that, but I wouldn't do it as a let's play. I would do that as a Sunday Factorio masterclass fun challenge. Remove build so modules go on file. What? Remove? Don't understand that. Hey, Sebel Cecil, thank you for 200 bits. We are getting a little bit of this, and we need the belts coming in. They should be coming in anytime now. Wait, how did you place the beacons and the undergrounds at the same time? You just, if you place it, that's a new feature in 2.0. When you place it on top of a belt, then if you force build it with shift and control, then it automatically makes underground belts underneath it. Shift, it doesn't work, but shift, that's a force build. That's not new. It's from 2.0, so it's 1.5 years old. So it depends on on your geological scale, then it's not new. But in a Factorio release cycle, then it's really... oh, right, they're not... Are they on automatic? They're not on automatic. Thank you. Yeah, the ghost icon changes. So these ones do not have anything inbound because they are dark blue. But when they turn light blue, that means something is inbound. So this is now coming in. And these other ones are sort of working their way to launching a rocket and just eating all of the resources here. I was operating on a geological scale, yes. Like, when is this delivery done? Your boss asks you. Soon. On a geological scale. Soon. Definitely soon. Do you guys like the new sound? I mean, with all... I'm an old guy, so I shake my fist at clouds. So granted that I'm not particularly a fan of the clanking sound of the new one, but then again, it would be hard to imagine that I would add a sound that I would initially be like, oh my god, I love this sound. This is the best sound ever. Couple years, around 1.0, before space age rockets were endgame. Now, what is the endgame space factory? That is reaching the end of the solar system, escaping the solar system on a spaceship. And down here, we are desperately trying to make this, which means this one has to grab all the way up to 2000 before it even starts grabbing the concrete. Whatever, this is completely irrelevant. It's just, it takes some time, but at least there's 8 of those going, so that's all good. And this one is ready to launch. This one is not getting any LDS because there is definitely a problem with this one. Oh, there's more problem here. Weird, so that was... The higher quality rocket silos have shorter rocket launch animation, so rockets reach the platform faster. Oh, that's nice. I mean, I don't think it's consequential, because I'd rather have more in parallel than I'd have... Because they don't really cost anything to have in parallel. So I'd rather have them in parallel than having them slightly faster. And they're expensive to build in higher quality. So let's see if... Why is this so bad? Like, over here it looks fine, but somehow this got messed up. Hello, Samgot. Good evening. Let's see how many are inbound now. On the way, 356. That's an odd number. But we got... Okay, there's only 100 more that's missing on Novice. So, we'll get there. This one is launching. I really like the fact that it can make 2 at the same time. So one is waiting for things coming in while the other one is building. That's really nice. And how is this one? Oh, it's still shoveling. One more. And then that should be the last one. Oh, that one's also there. No one. Okay. Okay. Never mind. They're old. Also a convenient thing where it's like at the bottom and at the top. This one should now work. Yes, it's working. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Almost there. Looking forward to Clever. Yeah. When the new episode on YouTube? Probably tomorrow, but I only have the morning to make it, and I think I need to do quite a lot, so it might not be tomorrow. But I'll try to get it out tomorrow because I want to get back in a good routine for this. Yay, we got one more. And then these need to come in. Come on, get these in quick so we don't waste any lack of productivity here. You are happy? Yes, the last 100 are inbound, and there is room for it, so then it should go. And then don't do something stupid, which we have a tendency to do. That one's launching. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this is draining everything, which is exactly what I want to see. I want to drain it, and then I want to see that whenever the ship comes back, then we have 20 rockets ready to launch immediately. That's kind of the steady state that I want to see. And there we go. It's leaving. Sweet. Do we have... Yes, we do have some repair packs. So what are we dropping down now? Oh, hello, worm. I am going to just plop this down somewhere. Very basic, not where that has to be, but still. Then what are we gonna get? We're gonna get some. We get that one. We're gonna get all of this, and we're gonna get the turrets, and then hope that we can get it. I also want to get the rocket shooting speed. Getting that one done. We could get this one, but I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Much to wait for. We'll try it without it to see if that's sustainable. At some point, I didn't hear it. Ooh, this playthrough is basically an optimization of your previous ones plus 2-1. Yes, it's basically taking this. I played through Space Age, and then I made the Mega Base, and then I did Masterclasses, and now I'm gonna take the experience from my first Let's Play, from the Mega Base, from the Masterclass. And the Masterclass has changed from being a substation grid to being the new city blocks, so that's gonna be the foundation. So we're gonna apply the Masterclasses, and then figure out all the things that I didn't think of when making the Masterclasses in a test world that sort of didn't work in a real setup. There. That's what has to come down at the beginning, right? Yeah. They're coming in here. Why is this ammo already used? That's weird. Okay, so this is not gonna work, but let's do it anyway. So now we need the worm killer. This is the worm killer, and it should work, but I'm not sure it does. Are you up here? You're up here. And it takes more damage in the face, right? But I think it's safer to put it... Like, I don't want to... I don't remember if it's better for it to sort of roam into me, or if it's better to build it next to it. But I think because I'm building so slowly, I will need to actually stand here. Yeah. That it needs to be built quite a while in advance because it takes forever to do this. Okay, so let's see if this works. Oh, we need to build another one next to it. I don't have enough, but don't even have any of the ammo. Perfect. That worked exactly as it should. I think we want to take the other one out as well. That was close. That was not actually close. Why not using tanks? Because this is actually way easier. Ooh, don't hurt the little bodies. We get some stuff here. Good. And they're all healthy. We lost one robot. Okay. Yep. Do we need any more? No, not really. And this is the... Yes. 1, 2, potentially 3. Landing block. This one? I think I'll do it here. 1, 2, 3, potentially. Now I need to put that in here. That means we need to somehow pick up that thing. I didn't actually get any... No! Why are you going back? No! I should have kept it over Vulcanus. I also think this one should be part of the first round and not part of all rounds. So I think this one should only be here the first time. Should it? Yeah. I use these killers even with the biggest worms. Yes. It happened again. Of course. Oh, ship. Yeah, so the thing is, this worm killer is actually... One of them kills a small worm, and by the time you're ready to take on the medium worms, you also have stronger upgrades. And then 2 takes out a medium worm, and 4 of those takes out a big, large worm when you sort of are in a position there where you want to take those out. So it's super easy to actually kill these with just that one. That's why it's called worm killer, because it works for all sizes. Have room on your first ship, and I should drop the percent. Yes. I don't have room. I do have room for this. Oh, you mean like the very first round? Yeah, probably right. Probably right. That's a good point. I do think that this thing is a little weird, why I'm taking both. I take some extra for the first round, but shouldn't I just take this every round? Like, do I need something extra for the first round? Not really. I think this would be fine. Just every time you go back, you take 200 of each. So you just get gradually more and more. But you don't need anything specific for the first round, because even if you come to the first time with just 200 robots, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Yes. So like different themes to it. Yeah, kind of different themes. I don't know how that's a thing. So now I'm waiting for this to be... Oh, there we go. And then I'm going to do there. So now it's not going to leave. Leave Vulcanus. Good. Because I can't really pick this up, can I? No. Because it's full of crap. Ah! How much more crap? Oh, not that much more crap. So if I do this... And I do this. It should work. Great. Right. Okay. And... Yeah, we don't have anything else until you get here. Could you use a global channel to send a park here signal to ship? Did you already try to come up with some demand-driven space? No, I have not. I've not done that yet, because this is a playthrough, and in a playthrough where you have limited resources, doing those kind of things is not as efficient. So I think I want to get into that in a future masterclass setup. Okay, so now we're here. So let's see. What are the things that we want to do first? Send down power. Oh look, it's everything actually. Why am I even worrying about this? Like, I just want to send everything except that. And now I don't need this to stay anymore. Now I can go back and bring in more stuff. There we go. Okay. So did we actually get a solar block? I don't think we have a solar block, but I don't think we actually need a specific solar block. We can just use a normal solar block, and even if it's not a perfect ratio, then it'll still be fine, I guess. Right? Oh, we're in business. Whee! Don't think I even want anything. Oops. Which is 7. How many do I have room for? 40? Okay. That's 40. Good. And these ones start working. These don't exist because I actually decided at a whim that I would bring in the yellow assemblers instead. Where there. Because there's no point in bringing in blue assemblers when we have yellow assemblers already. So. And yes, these will run very slow, but that's the most precious resource we have, so we'll leave it at that. These ones are just, I don't know why I need this, so I'm just kind of, why not build a little bit of this until we get going. Limit the tungsten carbide. Why would I want to limit the tungsten carbide? Oops. Yes, yes, yes. And yes, those are the things I needed for. But the other thing, not yet, not yet, not yet. Not yet. And all the other ones, no. That one, yes. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's correct to limit it. Just... Why are we not getting anything? Sulfuric acid. Okay, because that comes on one of these belts up here. Ooh, how I dislike that I'm actually building these blocks here. Let's build a... here. And this one will be tiles only. There. I've made any other designs other than your Space Age run? Yes, I've made a million billion for my masterclass, and I've also made quite a few for the mega base. So, for example, if you only got the ones from my Space Age, then you got this part. But I also have the mega base thing here with all the stuff to get to 1,000,000 signs per minute. And I also have the ones from this series. And then I also have all of these, which are for each of the different plus and spaceship. Like all these books are new as well if you only have it for the Space Age and moving forward. So yeah. Okay, and then I'm gonna go in here. I'm going to tiles, normal, trees, rock only. Let's see if that works here. It does. Good stuff. Sweet. Right. Now we have this thing. We don't have... What are we missing? We're missing... Like, obviously we can't get lubricant in here yet, which is something we're going to make. Oh, we're making it here, but we're not making it because we don't have this recipe. This one is triggered when we get calcite, I guess. Mine some calcite. Where's the local ones for this planet? Here. Yes. Mine and city calcite. Okay, so let's mine some calcite. Where do we have some calcite? Down there. Okay, let's go down there and mine that. I think we can hand mine it. You forgot steel? Did I forget? What do you mean I forgot steel? You steel for foundries. Yeah, but I think we'll get it. I think I think it works. But let's see. I don't think I've forgotten it. Did you leave your car at home? Yes, I left my car at home. I did consider adding the mod of dude, where's your car? But nope, not this time. Could have brought a few solar panels, but I was just gonna mine it, man. One little tap. Yeah, exactly. Diamond, that's also what I'm thinking. Like, I have iron ore, so I can make steel without too much of a hassle. And then I just need to go this. Just need more legs. Well, yeah. Bam, bam. Good. So that unlocks here. So now I need to tungsten carbide. So when we make the tungsten carbide, we get all the juiciness. And once we get the tungsten carbide, we get the tungsten carbide by mining some sulfuric acid. Yeah, we need the car finder and oh no, something happens with something train, whatever. What's the power like? It's fine. There's so much solar power on this planet that it's kind of not a big deal. Cool. The calcite is actually something we really want to mine dedicated, but that's not really happening right now. Okay. I think, therefore I am, that I don't want this. What if this included the solar panels and then didn't include 4 of these that I'm not going to be using now? So maybe it was more like these 2 disappeared. And then I'd be using this area over here. Because then I don't want this block to be a full block, but just basically, hey, let's get a little bit of things filled into this one. And I do really want it to be almost exclusively solar panels. Like, that's actually really nice, except of course it doesn't work because we don't have power for this. Can't see how big this is. Let me take some of this out and see what happens. That's actually really nice. That one actually covers pretty much everything. We can fix some things here and there. Does that make a difference? Not really. I'm also really doubting, like, what is the point of this? Do I even need this? I don't think I do. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Oh, that would be so sweet if I could just plop this on here. I could if I shunted that one away. If we kill the water thing and then put that here, then that's actually not awful. The only thing would be... where would the water box be then? Could be like this. Feels weird to have it like this. It's just barely not getting polluted with the other ones. I do think I want a box of water, maybe. We'll do it like this, I think. Then we just need this one here, and then we can actually take this out. Now the only thing I'm wondering is, like, this is all good for solar panels. It's 66 solar panels. It's not a... If I bring a 100 in, it would be nice if I could somehow squeeze 100 in here. This is of course not a good idea because I'm not having any yes. What else do we need? Like, this is probably nice. This is probably nice. In the fluid was, yeah, I don't like that. Rocket blocks, that should not be in the start block. You're right, it shouldn't be, but I think it is. Also, like, what is this one and this one servicing if that these are not? Like, what is the... Why? Why do I have this here? Obviously for getting stuff like this in, but couldn't I have this down here, for example? That's the stuff that I don't mind building on the bus, because that's kind of intended for that. Oh. And I can build it here, but I can't build it in here because that's where a beacon will be placed eventually. And what is this one? Oh, this one is needed because yeah, okay, nighttime. Whoops. How long is the range of this? Yeah, so that's not good, but this is okay. That doesn't change anything, does it? It means that we can go this far out. I suppose that's better. Oof. Yeah, so if I do this, and do the same thing on the other side, then one of these are going to be left out because it doesn't reach. And if I shunt this in, then the last one goes out. So it's not really winning me much because this won't be here anyway. Unless I then use that for that space. These ones also loose, right? Yeah, no. So this is the space that can be covered by these two. That's the maximum space we can cover for this. But I could also just make it like this. And then instead of having all of this shenanigans up here, I could have that, because that needs to reach into that. Wouldn't that also be easier to have down here then? Like this one is here. I don't even know why that's... Oh, right, because it can't... These can't be linked to the logistics network, so they have to kind of be indirectly linked to the network. Right, this is monitoring the network. And then it goes out here, because I can't set this one to be... yeah, I can't hook this up to the network. The requested test can't be hooked up to the network. That's kind of obvious. But, yeah. But this thing don't need to be here. That could be moved down here. Now I just need to figure out how this works. This is green minus red. So the red one must be monitored from here into that one. And this is logistics network content. So this one takes what we have minus what we want. And what we want is some requests here. Have you played around with the landing pads? The cargo things that can extract from the cargo base. They don't do anything. Like, they would... Okay. No, I don't know how to say it except like they don't do anything. which is harsh, but they work in if you want to make a mega base with trains on novice that you can unload directly into the trains. But anything else, it doesn't really do, like having this one exchanged to one of the other ones and then sort of shoveling it from this one into here, like it doesn't really do anything, right? Yeah, so it seems like it's an in-game thing for science. That's kind of my take on it, right? And then this one goes in here. I think that looks better. On the greens is set requests. Yes. That's not really a thing, is it? No. Why is this coming out like that? This is so weird. Oh, output signals. That's the output signal. Yeah? So why is this is the output signal. The stuff that we still want but don't have. So if I say the green one is setting request, that's so weird. Because that's the only green wire that comes in. And that green wire has... Oh, maybe it's because I'm doing that. It's reading this and sending it out on the green wire. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now it should work. There. That works. 59 tiles from the hub. So I kind of like this because it's kind of like more centralized instead of hidden away up here. But that also means that I could take this one. And I don't really like this. I don't like the idea of this. Because I don't need you, but then this is kind of messed up. The intention of this is that I want to convert things to landfill when I have more than a certain amount. Oh my god, you're making so much noise. So annoying, cat. And it's just not important. Here's my next question. Why am I not using substations here? Like, these don't really make sense, do they? Like, substations just generally work better. That'd be like centered. That's here. Then that's not synchronized with this one. This is one too low compared to that. Why? Does don't go into network ever? Yes, it does, because I go around harvesting that here. And then I wanted to make it into bricks, but also any residuals or any excess goes in here. That's the idea. But maybe that's not necessary at this point. I don't know. Maybe I don't want that. I'm in doubt. And now it bothers me that this could be one up. This could go over here. And then all of this could be shunted one up. And you could be going up here, and you could go here. And then that could be like that. I like symmetry, so don't know if I like this. You can always shove it everywhere, and of course you can also shove it on the path here that doesn't exist. You could, but I don't want to. So lava comes in here, and then sulfuric acid comes into the second one. Where's the sulfuric acid? That's all the way down there. We don't have anything else nearby. Nope. Yeah. Solved a very niche problem with that annoying landfill build, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure too. I'm just not sure that it belongs here. I think that we also at that point had plenty of space in here, and I don't have as much space now, so now I want to do something that's more space efficient. And then the question is, if this is my starter block, then I feel more confident that it's a starter block, because it just kind of, you plop it down, and then it also includes the starter power, which I think is neat. Let's see how much power. It needs 56 and 62. So you can always just put in more if you like, but this should be like, this is the basic stuff. We're good. Yeah. Good. So I like this as a starter build. Then I do also want to have, so what I have here for the masterclass is called Vulcanus. And then I call this Now is Start, and this should actually technically be Now is Return, or sort of the second iteration. So basically, for what I want for each planet is that I want to do like the initial thing for each planet, and then basically come back and do more things on each planet, like upgrades. And what we do now is the first landing on Vulcanus, and I think we should have a separate book for that. And I think I should also take a 10 o'clock break. Yeah. And we're going to call this, I called it the other one Now we Start, then I call this Vulcanus Start, and then I can always think a little bit about better things here, right? And then it should also definitely have an icon. I have a sneaking suspicion that it should be that icon. Yes. There. And then I'm going to do happy, and then take this blueprint. There. Snap to grid. 50 by 50 by... Oh, it doesn't like that. 3, 3, 25, 25. And anything else missing here? Some colors, some things. Then we definitely need the... no, where is it? That one. The landing pad, that's kind of the most important. Isn't that like maybe some cargo bays? Maybe some solar panel? And some logistics chests. Like that sort of indicates what this is for. Right? And that belongs there. Why the hell you build that solar when it's just sulfuric acid and calcite? Sure. How do you mine the sulfuric acid and calcite and stuff? You do that with a miner. How do you power the miner? You do that with all the power you haven't built yet. That's how. So this is literally a bootstrap power. You come there and you need to get things going. You need to be able to build this so you can get the robots to start clearing the area, so you can get the first power pole miners down, so you can get the sulfuric acid power. This is a bootstrap power. That's why. So that's why the hell am I doing this? That's why. Because you can't get sulfuric acid power without having something to power the pumps and the miners and the so yeah. That's why. Looks like a face. Yeah, sort of a nose and eyes and a big beard. Yes, that's. Yeah. So we're gonna be leaving here, and just what is this one actually doing? Where are you stuck at? You are stuck at not getting green science inbound. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. That's such a stupid thing. Oops. Oops. because it's not. If it was doing partial, so you could get some of it in, but now it's. This is also weird. Like, it only needs 100 inbound, but it refuses to do a partial rocket. So it waits for 300 to be available on the planet, so it can send 300 in, and then it'll have way too much. It is what it is. I don't know if we want to get like perpetually getting piercing ammo there. I don't think so. We can make it on. Do you plan to handcraft the rockets out of? I don't know. I don't know. So we'll take a short break. Then we'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll see. Remember, because we spent a hell of a lot of time talking at the beginning, which was super amazing. And thank you for all the feedback on all the conversation in the beginning. I love that. I also feel that when I'm doing my initial talk, I get a million comments and feedback and ideas and perspectives, and it's so deep. And as soon as I switch to Factorio, it's just quiet. And then it's like, oh, you forgot an inserter here. But I'm just saying, you're very welcome to raise the same kind of topics or other topics or perspectives. Or if you just watched the start of the stream and then catching up, then you had some questions or feedback to what we talked about. By all means, you're very welcome, because I love getting distracted, and while we sort of sit here and design and build and wait to have other kinds of talk. So cool. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for your patience with my breaks. We did a snapshot of a break videos. I mean, there was one time when I forgot to click the button, and I was just smirking while texting, and everyone thought it was like so funny. And that's basically what I do in my breaks. I'm looking at my phone or getting something to drink, manage my inputs and outputs. Stand there on his phone, very unceremonious. Yes, I know. All right. Okay, so what is the next thing? Well, the next thing is to actually get it working. So we need sulfuric acid inbound, and we need some lava inbound. So lava we get up here. Lavalicious, that's here. Is it coming? Yes, it is. There. Ta-da! That's lava. Is that doing anything? Probably not. So nothing happens until we get the sulfuric acid. And that is going to take quite a while, or it's going to be quite a reach because it's all the way down here. And it doesn't need power, this one, so that's at least something. So let's do personal logistics. And also probably do a trash group. There. Because we don't want to run around with wood. Or coal. Or stone. Or fishies. All this crap here that we just don't want to run around with. That we can accidentally pick up, and that one as well. Anything else we can accidentally pick up that we never want to keep? No, this is probably fine. Pump jacks don't. Oh, pump jacks do need power. Yes, pump jacks. They're here. That one. We got a little bit. Let's get some of the ironium in, and just. Man, I need it without that damn. Here. Put it in here. How did all of that get in there? There. And we're just cleaning this up. There you go. You've been asking on YouTube videos how to make logistics group as a blueprint. Can you name them and just put them in a constant combinated blueprint? When you place that combinated, you will get the name. Yes. Yeah, that's. I think that was true. I was also kind of when I said it, I was thinking like, isn't that just how you do it? But I was like, yeah, well, that'll drive some engagement there. Let's see. There is something here. This one should definitely always request the stuff that. Yeah. No. Doesn't start with the block. That one. It doesn't get any more of these. Okay, so we don't actually get more. And then the power is kind of shit right now. Oh, that's because they're in my inventory. So with 50 to begin with, that should be enough to get us going here. Those are getting done. I think I'll drag it up here and that way. Woo! Awesome! They can be rotated. I believe that's going to be enough for us. Is that something we have in the network? Yes, it's blue. Did you change the upper there? Just flip it. It's a 2.1 feature. How big is this area? It is 185, so still good. Ugh. How'd that happen? He's got... Let's see, is there anything else we want? Yeah, that one is nice. Guess we need the lasers at some point. Stronger explosives. Do I need that for anything? I don't think I'm going to go down that path, so you doing that now is kind of relevant. We'll take that, I guess. This one. Maybe some nuclear waste reprocessing if... And the fact that our power is not good is not a big deal, I think. This is the line I want. It's just when the roboports are charging, I think. Oh, 305. Okay, so this is not working. It needs another pump. Yep. Good. Let's see. What do you need for cliff explosives? We need to do some research. So we're working towards cliff explosives, but the first thing we need to do is just get something settled, and then we need to... There we go. We got a technology, the foundry. So once we have the foundry, then the obvious first thing we want to do is the foundry. When we have the foundry, that's when we stamp down the hub blueprint. And then let's see what happens. Because I don't think that's... I'm pretty sure that also needs significant changes. Hub block or power block. I think we need power block first. Because we... hold on. Are we... No, we're good. Nothing is reaching inside this area. It was just nearby, so it was growling. There. Yes, power block. I think I used to take that up. Yeah, this one. Like, I think this is going up to the power block. No. Yes. Isn't that just a wonderful way of doing it? I think so. Because then it's just like that. And I'm pretty sure we don't need the full build here. And I'm also pretty sure we don't have enough for the full build. Let's see how many... Whoa, no. That's actually completely correct because I do have 100 and I do need 100. So it is perfect. And still not in any danger area. And we are out of pipes. So what are we missing? We're missing calcite inbound. This is using 2 calcite per second. I don't like the sounds though. We should be good, right? Right? We're good? No disturbances in the force. So here I can either do this with robots, like this. Yes, I get it, And then do calcite. Oh, something came in. Or drag it in our belt. You have 58 watt. 58. Yeah, oh, 98, yes. Those two don't work, unfortunately. And also there's a problem with the... It's not getting built properly. There. Funny how this doesn't have the spikes out like this. I feel it should. I feel that's more correct. Yeah, the 2 turbines are lacking, but it'll still be a lot of nice power. So now we need to go down to this one, which means we need here and probably that one. That should get these going. Nope. I want to see if I can do this without getting down here. So there. I'm not sure these will actually be because... Oh, we still have logistic storage. Okay, so we still have extra. That means this should get built. Why not? Because they are here. All good, and none of it is blinking. That one's blinking. So we just do that again. They will come back, but some of them will be used down here. I think. Right? And they're working, and they're out of logistics area because this one is just not powered. But now it's powered. That means these ones starting to get something, and they are scheduled for pickup. Great. We'll power down near the calcite. Could build in and have... Yeah, because this is... Yeah, I could have. And I probably should have. Actually, that's a good point. Let's actually move it now because it's not a big deal if... That's much better, this one. And the sulfuric acid is nearby, that one's nearby, that one's nearby. The 3 things we need are nearby. Absolutely correct. Much better. Let's scrap this whole thing. Also don't need this then, and this one. This trash thing should also include that. 0 of this. And that. 0 of that. Let's also be honest. Also 0 of the scrap. Let's be... also 0 of that. Yes. So, we're straining the robots as we always are. So, no news there. But that's a finite thing. Once the robots are idling, it's not going to use much power. So, this is fine. Calcite, tungsten, and bricks. Bricks, I don't know if I want bricks to be junk, but maybe. Soon we should see the robots start flying out to... There we go. And that should also be a full 100 here. Ta-da! Okay, so sulfuric acid inbound. Yep, everything is crashing. That's fine. There we go. That's that one. And then here. Yes. A little bit is coming in. How much is this mining? This is... Well, the power is shit, so that's kind of it. But it should be producing 0.6, so it just... Yeah, barely enough, but... It shouldn't also be working at full power now. So once this gets going, this starts making lots of juicy steam, and suddenly power went from disastrous to trivial. And that's our starter power. So this power will last for a long time. Great. Combinate blueprint with your personal logistics. I think I should be. Let's jump another path. I know. It's kind of a... I mean, when are robots in your bases? They should be idling soon. They're idling now. Yeah, look at that. Everyone's idle. Just 15 logistics robots just roaming. And that means power is done. Great. That's a big... And this was a much better idea to put it down here. Also, then it's just out of the way and we don't care about the rest. And I do still want these to be here so that I can just build up a reserve and they can be brought in whenever they need it for something. Great. And we run so slowly. Why are they... Oh, I hate this. Ah, that's why it was so slow. They were disabled. The horror. Yeah, and that means this blueprint here is actually just fine. This power blueprint, we liked it. So we copy it. And I put it into this one. Here. So maybe that's why we were so slow. Okay, so now I need to make the hub blueprint. And then we see all the things that are not working about this. Looks like... and all of these are blue, which is kind of silly because they should be. Maybe this is actually a good idea. Hear me out. The first thing we want to do is we want to make one of these. Can I handcraft that? I need steel plates, I need tungsten carbide, I need Ooh, yeah, I don't think I want to do that actually, because now it just starts requesting a lot of stuff in here that I probably shouldn't have in here, like for example that one. Right, in these lubricants. Where are we making... is lubricant being done? No. Why is lubricant not being done? We don't have any coal inbound. Yes, so we need just a tiny build for coal as well. And that'll get us some lubricant. The lubricant... this one. I feel that I should do this. Still not getting anything. Why is this not getting built? Oh, right. That's because it's only me who has these inbound. So I need to do this. Good. And then the coal starts getting requested into this box. Yes, it's coming in. Then in this box we are going to do what? We're getting this one, which makes heavy oil. I'm kind of wondering, shouldn't this one also have beacons as part of its initial delivery? I think it should be. 20 beacons. Yes. Which we're now going to be also adding to this one sort of temporarily, just so that it actually gets done. Because I do think I need beacons. Forgot if on the carbon build. Ah, right. These ones are kind of... Stuff is coming in. Okay. The belt has calcite instead of coal. What belt has calcite? Oh, right. That one. Yes. Right. Good point. Somehow get over here. There you go. And then we also have water. Nice. And you are stopped at Vulcanus waiting for enough ammo to go back. 32 more and then they'll go back. Okay, very nice. You need energy? Do I? No. Don't think I need energy. But if energy, but you mean power, then no. It's all good. Since this is not a precious resource, then... Okay. So over here, this one. There you go. Let's see if this works. It doesn't, because I need that one. And then it's this one. And that needs concrete. Where the hell do we make concrete? We make concrete here. Oh. But I can't do that until I have a foundry. So I need a foundry in order to make concrete, in order to make heavy concrete, in order to make foundry, the first foundry. So something's got to give. We have to do this one with a normal concrete build. Yeah, bootstrap concrete or... Yeah. There, I'll smash this one instead. There. So that's... Now it's back to how it is. Then I think that I'll need to do like a real bootstrap for the first thing. And how would that, what would that look like? That would also be blue one here. Never mind. This needs a concrete thingy. Heavy, reinforced concrete, yes. And the reinforced concrete also needs a normal concrete. And this one also needs sticks. So sticks are... Just kind of seeing if I could make everything sort of revolve around. That would be logical, but not great. Also be a little bit too rotationally symmetric for my liking. Maybe I don't need this. Steel. So this one would have steel inbound. You would have greens inbound. How much of each? 50, 30. I just need... And 50 tungsten carbide. That's one stack. Then some concrete. Nope, nope. This one will need some sticks and then some, like, how much concrete do we need? We need 20 refined concrete. That means it's 2 crafts of this. So it's just 2 steel, some iron sticks, a little bit of concrete. Yeah. I just really don't want one. So big guy, thank you for the 82. Honestly, I just threw in 500 refined concrete. I'm also thinking, I'm thinking the same thing. That's what I'm leaning on. And I think that's maybe not 500, but I think that for the first time here, I would also just say, let's just get 100. That's one rocket capacity. Yes. And you are now up here. So I'm going to put it in here just because of temporary shit. That is not enough to fill a rocket because I don't have anything on the planet. All records are satisfied. You're not satisfied. That's fine. There. And E-Herring, thank you for the 22 months. And Tribesan, thank you for the gift up. That is 3 events. Where do we have the... We have the reinforced concrete made somewhere, don't we? Isn't there something... I really... Oh, we forgot, didn't we? Someone forgot. That was in the old design. It actually had some reinforced concrete somewhere because this is requiring concrete, but no one requires reinforced concrete on this base. Let's have a look at the original here. The Space Hub. Didn't that include it? Where the hell did we make that? Oh, this is also broken with those out here. You didn't. Yeah. Yeah, and that's probably it, right? That's probably it. That's probably why, is that I didn't get it. Oh, right, set on radar map. Yeah. That's much better. Which...
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yeah, okay, so I made it down here with normal concrete. If I bring normal concrete in, will that help? And Drizzled. Oh, first one, Ronimus with the 200 bits. Thank you. And then Drizzled with a tier 2. Yes, thank you for the tier 2 for 62 months. And then we got a train going. This one, in order to make it into reinforced, I need steel and sticks. It's not super easy to make down here, and it's also really not really belonging. I fully go. Thank you for a gift up. Yeah, I didn't make my masterclass because I didn't need it on novice, and I was concrete. I was saying I'm gonna build it here anyway. So the question is, if I then import concrete instead, just one stack there, and then take that out. Then down here, I'm also going to change that to normal concrete and just basically say, you know what? We are going to get that. And this is now inbound. Yes. Yeah, so we're importing concrete. That means the stuff that I have to hack is that one and that one. And I get all the stuff in here except for the steel, which I kind of can just do this. Thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, it'll turn into 50. Hello, Mr. Dream. I've been following YouTube series, and it's been very fun. Have a good day. Thank you, and thank you for dropping by and dropping your sub here in the channel. I really dislike this. I want it to be over here. And there was another Meek Force. Thank you for the 16 months. All right, the train is... It's there, Anonymous. Thank you for the 5 gifties. All right, are you getting what you need? Should be coming here. There you go. That one is launching. It's in the launch sequence. So, I'm going to say the usual things that we do. If we get to a level 5 hype train, then I will add an extra hour of streaming for tonight. And we have now an hour and 20 minutes left of the stream. So, if you want to get it, then this is probably our last chance of getting that today. Now I'm getting in here. You need 3 founders who want to build concrete. I do? Okay. So maybe what you're saying is I should bring another one in.
Modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Yeah. It's a 404. New Vulcanus and other wooden substations that are big power poles. For Silverrock be better? Yes, probably. But I don't really know if I want to do that. I haven't... That's a good point. I thought about it and then I just stamped down my blueprint. And a Warren with the 49 months. And it's 404. Thank you for the gift up. Diamond, thank you for the 36 months. I'm doing my part. You're doing your part indeed. And Piano Snow, thank you for the 55 months. And Copperik, thank you for the 11 months of Prime. Ooh, Horn Panda, thank you very much. 5 gifties. We're almost at a level 2 now.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Samagot, thank you for joining in for 200 bits. And
kind gesture.
Fido, thank you for the prime. Seems a dog's name, really advanced spelling.
A new
Thank you, Swammer, for the 5 gifties. That gets us to a level 2 train. And Slimmy, thank you for 11 months. Thank you. I love seeing so many new names. This is what I love about... Oh, there we go. Something happened. Love about the streaming Factorio again is like we get a lot of new names. When I'm streaming something more niche like Elden Ring, it's only the regulars that show up.
Our illustrious champion
Right,
returns.
so
Welcome home.
here, this one, it's still needing some steel. And that one's still... And maybe I just do this in a annoying way. Oh,
Welcome home.
not what I wanted. How do I disable my robot port? Like this. That one. There. Yeah, it's definitely not a great way to do this because it goes in all sorts of weird places where it shouldn't go. It should only go in here. And then I'm gonna need... Ooh, Memstick! Oh, and Peter Wow, Peter with the 90 months. That's the first 90 months we see. Just in time I see. And that's a tier 3 for 90 months. That's absolutely glorious. That's the first 90 months we've seen. And Memstick with the 33 months of tier 3 as well. Just those 2 subs were worth 10 gift subs. That is amazing. Thank you, everyone. The 8 subs stamped down right over the big power poles. Just the medium power poles remain. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at it. You know, but even I don't show up to when you stream Elden Ring. Yeah, no, I know, but then you're not really truly a regular if you are not showing up to Elden Ring. Those are the hardcore. So, okay, what are we looking for? We're looking for some here, that one, and that one.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
How do I unupgrade that one? Like that. No, like that. Like that. There you go. And that was a Sujin with a 5 gift subs. And Marinite Snow with a 10 gift subs. And that means level 3 is now complete. Yeah, iron sticks. I'm just going to handcraft iron sticks, to be honest. Because that's kind of irrelevant.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome.
Why you no go? Why you no good? What are you waiting for? Oh, it's not enabled. E-Hearing! Thank you for 20 gift subs. Wow. And between that, there was a crawling clown crawling in between there with 6 months. Thank you also for you. And Gershan gifting 5 subs. That is level 4 completed. Yeah, signal missing for the radar. Yep.
Proliferate.
Because the radar is not built. But we have the radar. And then that goes in here. And then that should give us... Why not? Why not? Why does it... Is it because it doesn't carry there? Or... Oh, it goes into all the buildings. Oh my god, that sucks. Oh no, that's so bad. Why? Who did that? Who thought that was a good idea? Demon, thank you for 10 gifties. Circuit the building. Yeah, that's not a small problem. That's a gigantic problem. I thought it was clever to do that, but it isn't. Does that go here? No, it doesn't. So it's actually just that one. Yeah, I should not bounce between buildings. Oh my god, that's horrible. Oh, the horror. Because I really like the idea of having this as blue and then only building that with yellows when you need it. Which yeah.
Tales of our endeavors.
Those Demon with the 10 gift subs from before, thank you. And Drizzle with 5 gift subs. Alright, we're 47% of the way towards a bonus stream today. Nice. That's already done, but then... And then it's recognized, but let's do the other ones as well. Oops. Ooh, something is being damaged. There are actually biters active.
More
And
shall
Memstick!
gather.
Aside
More
from
shall
your
enter the fray.
glorious tier 3, you're also throwing in 10 gift subs into the mix. Thank you very much for that. Getting us almost there. And Isentropic with the 5 gift subs is helping us get to
Tales of our
81%.
endeavors
Sweet.
proliferate.
Here I did it reasonably. Yeah. Okay, so this one is now crafting. It's going here. I have 20 here. Why only 20? Oh no. Something has gone wrong here. Oh, look at that. Anything else that requires concrete? Yeah, I think I need to do something. To avoid that everything goes into all these boxes, right? Like having one steel into each box is like completely insane. Because they need to go in here. 46. There. And then I'll do that.
Tales of our
And that
endeavors
blue
proliferate.
corners. Thank you for 5 more gift subs. Alright, we're at 92% with 1 minute left. Only want to craft one. Boop. It went the wrong place.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Ta-da! And Sujin, you finishing up the train with a level 5 completed. Thank you, Sujin. It was kind of weird, like, just kind of letting it trickle off there. Okay, so here. Like, what has gone wrong with this one? Like, there's... Oh, the sticks. There's sticks. Okay. And the heavy ones are only going in here. Big mining drills are now available. So when we make a big mining drill. Modules? For what? What kind of modules do you want? Doesn't really do anything for this. There. And it goes up. And that should get it working except for the damn steel. Okay, so the steel is the problem now. And I don't have anything. I'm going to do this silly thing like that. Actually, maybe I can do this. Ah, I need 50 more. Of course, I'd love to build that one, but nope. Yeah, so we need... No, I don't want it to go out there. I don't want it to go into random crap. See, now it gets taken into all sorts of weird machines that shouldn't get the steel right now. Yeah, this is not a great way. Where are we at on the steel? 13. Is there anything down here that needs steel? Or that's requesting steel? Nope. Okay. So when we get to 50, we can only make one more. So which one will be the next one we want to make? I don't know. Foundry to make steel. No, I can't borrow that because then I lose the progress for bonus things. So it is kind of... I kind of have to keep it as it is. 36. Let's go a little bit further. And I might as well just go out here and farm a little bit of this. Well, Don't even need to go out. I can just let them... Oh, no. Haha. Like that one. There we go. Damn, that's really not the point. There. So now we make one more. Yes. And that got picked up. And put into the steel, which is not like the worst place, isn't it? I think it's the concrete or it's the steel that we want, right? Might actually be the... I think it's the concrete we need the most, isn't it? Ah, that requires the smelting. Yeah. Okay, so that's why we were sort of talking about, like, we need an extra one. Now I get it. What about you? What are you doing? You are sitting on novice? Yes. Waiting for things to come in, but you have that. Okay. Yeah, okay, so you just got back to novice. It's gonna take a while. This is missing the lava because the lava is coming here. And coming here. Pre-hub build. That can be... Yes. And the hype train died or completed. There we go. That should get us this down here. Which is super silly, but that's kind of how I'm going to do this. I'm going to fill this up here. Until this saturates. Ah, see, now we have the issue. Like this one. This is the reason why. Because we just have a lot of junk stone here. And I was kind of thinking, yeah, what are we going to do with the junk stone? We just have the spot over here for handling the junk stone. Okay, so this one is full, so I can do that. No! I can do that. And then I can do this one. Woohoo! That gets up here. At least some of it. Some of it goes into the wrong one. The damn steel. And this one needs to go all the way to 50. And when it gets to 50, then... Oh, why do we have so much of this here? This really shouldn't be in my inventory. That's why. $45. When we get this one, will we then be having a complete cycle? Yeah, except the steel. This one is still just eating from... okay. 42. So is it steel next? I think so. How much copper we got here? Okay, this is almost done with the copper actually. Hey, one more. Oh, we get 2 more. I'm gonna pick those up because I want to decide where they go. They go into that one. And they go into that one. And that should actually be now be done. right? Now everything should be automated and it should build itself from here. But of course, this is also requiring some... No, it doesn't require anything, of course not. What are you waiting for? You are pushing out here. Yes, you are pushing out here. That's good. So we get lots of steel, which will now be circulated out to everything, which still is annoying because I still wanted to go primarily in here. So all of these requested chests have to be disabled. I think what I'm going to do for the YouTube episode is make like a pre-built that only has like the basic resources, and then the one where that gets everything sort of stamped on top. So it's like a pre-built and then a version 2, like we do with the normal hub, so we don't get all the requesters in immediately. Six, that one here, 35. Probably just take some things here and then get at least one more going. Yes, and when I get the next one going, then I feel pretty good about it, right? One more, then I get double. Which one did complete now? That completed this one. Which is making electric engines. Do we actually have electric engines being made here? Yes, we have here. Up here. Good. Okay. And the steel is the one that's going to be our bottleneck for the next very long time. And the copper can be here. Yes. Stone bricks can be here. Good. Why are you building trains? Why am I building trains? Am I building trains? Yes, that's a good point. Why am I building trains? That's a good point. It's a really good point, actually. Sadness. I'm so sad. I wanted to build something. On rails too, yeah. That's so sad. Like, we just built this one so compact, and then we find out that it's not really needed. Hmm. 46. More of these. That should give us 2. Also very valuable things to get. Yeah. Need rails and cargo trains for cursed build, obviously. Ha! Yes. That's that's true. Did we use we used the cursed build, right? Did we use that here on Vulcanus? I can't remember if we were doing cursed stuff here. Or was that only when we get to Vulcanus that we started doing cursed things? No, no curse here. After rare quality. Oh, this is cursed. Here we go. There's a rare tungsten curse. I did put the curse icon on here. There. And the good old LDS shuffle. Finally gets to feel the struggle of the blueprints. The designs are crisp and nice though. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're right. Absolutely right. Okay, so let's figure out what the problem with this one is after the break. Or how we alleviate it. Now, we certainly got some more space here. So, what are we going to do this? So I think that in the beginning we were missing some steel production. So having some of the iron go into steel would be nice. And this one is not really necessary because we can't build it anyway. So maybe my potential or my idea is that the starter build should not include a rocket silo, but maybe this one can be compacted somehow to make room for a rocket silo. Like if we take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things that we're no longer building, then there should be room for this one, I feel. Right? But what about doing things for fun? Fun with different mechanics. I strive for only the best. I'm really enjoying the ideology of good enough it works from you. It's super fresh. Yeah, that's just not really. Like, I. There's a very good point to say that if I build a hub, it should include rails and all the train stuff because you might want to use that. And if I don't, then I sort of shoehorn you into playing the way that I do, which isn't really necessarily the right way for you. So if you want to use my blueprints, they should also be flexible to allow sort of variation. And a big variation is you want to use trains because farting around, as you say. Um, and by me excluding it, then I sort of take that option away from you. And that's probably not actually a good idea. You also need a ton of ammo production in the hub. No, not really. I don't need a ton of it. I just need some because it's mainly just once in a while I need to pick up 2,000 and then just blast it. And then half an hour or 2 hours later, I'll need 2,000 more. Need to jumpstart the assembler production or none will be built. Yes, but I am also bringing some in from Navis anyway, so we can build these. Yeah, I think I need to re-establish the train build. There. Alright, we're gonna take a break and then be back in 2 minutes. Good, we're back. Alright. Does one allow planet to planet requests? Indirectly, I suppose, because you can send circuit networks with radars and you can set requests and you can send them to spaceships. So I think you could sort of have one planet go hey, request blue circuits, and that would be sent to Nilaus, for example, or to Vulcanus, and that would trigger the build of this, and that goes into a spaceship that is then parked over and waiting for a request, and they would get that request because you can set request as well. So yeah, I think you can do that. Like, the thing is, like, yes, I think you can do that. I'm just kind of, oh, this is one of my big problems with Space Age, is that there are like these questions. Like, I know with Nuke Marine, like there's a lot of thought behind such an innocent question, and it's probably all about like having a fully automated, like requesting things from the planets ad hoc and as needed. Then it's like which you now can do, but let's compare it to with what you could do in vanilla with logistics train network, and later on with train limits. So in the base game, you had to spread things out. You had to have a steel facility, and you had to have, yeah, let's take steel. It's always a good example. So you need steel for several different things, but you need it mainly for purple science, but you also need some for blue science, and you need some for yellow science. So you do need it. And therefore you can have the yellow science request steel by opening its station, and then the trade station will go in. And we couldn't do that equivalent thing in Space Age, so we'd had to do things in another way. Now we can actually do that. So you could kind of build the same thing where when Gleba needs steel, then it just kind of sends the request out, and then there will be a spaceship that will then pick up the steel and go to Gleba. I guess. No, probably not, because yeah, you could do it so that it's sitting over Vulcanus, and then it would only depart when it receives a dummy signal from Gleba that it needs to go there to actually activate, and then an actual request for the steel. And then it would pick up the steel, fly over there, drop it off. So you could do the same thing you could do with train limits in the base game. It's just that it feels like it's, now that's a Danish saying of sort of crossing the river to get the water. That feels like you're, like, if you need steel on Gleba, just push it. Having a transporter go from Vulcanus with infinite steel, and just to go to Gleba and go like, here's all the steel, you need more? No, I'll go back, collect some more. Here's 40,000 more, yeah, okay, whatever. Here's 40,000 more, or something like that. And therefore, having it sort of build this demand driven and all that stuff, it's not really needed, is it? And then, you know, my next question would be like, what do you need steel on Gleba for? Like, what would you need 40,000 steel on Gleba? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing, because you only need to do the plant things, and then ship the plant science off, and then that's it. Maybe it'll make a little bit of carbon fiber, and that's it. So you only need circuits and steel on Gleba for the initial, for the infrastructure needed. And the infrastructure is pretty finite, even for a 1,000,000 science per minute base. So, like, so I'm kind of, it's, yes, Gleba is where I put my science megabase. Yeah, I'm hoping you're joking, because that makes no sense. Nothing in that sentence makes sense. Obviously you're not doing that, because that's stupid. It's really stupid. Wait, what? You were arguing for demand-driven networks, and the Domingo was bad, and now it's not possible to say it's not needed. That's the thing, right? I think that's also the part that I really needed the demand-driven network in the beginning, when we were just learning it. But as we played, it just turns out that what do you need circuits and steel for on Gleba? Only for building infrastructure. But you're not really using it for anything, because you're importing the substations, and you're importing everything you need anyway. So what is it we want there instead, right? And it all comes back to the fact that everything is built on Vulcanus. So you don't need to transport things back and forth because everything is built on Vulcanus. It's the best place. You build it here. Anything that can't be built on Vulcanus, you build it here because it's the best. And then you build the science and you ship it back home. So the only thing you build on the other planets is the stuff that you must build on the other planets. And I didn't see that at the beginning. And therefore, the logistics need that I saw in the beginning was because I was imagining it the way that the vanilla game was built, where you have different things built on different planets and you need logistics to sort of ship it back and forth. Because I was thinking like Fulgora is excellent for making circuits, so you'd probably want the circuits to be made on like what we saw in the beginning was plastic and rocket fuel, and yeah, plastic and rocket fuel is built on Gleba. And low density structures, steel, iron, copper is built on Vulcanus. Circuits are built on Fulgora, and Navis can do all of it. So that was what we saw, and that was kind of what I think was intended originally. So based on that, you would need to sort of ship the plastic from Gleba to somewhere, because to Vulcanus to make low density structures, ship the low density structures to all the planets so that they could launch rockets. Like that was the thought in the beginning, or sort of when I started Space Age, because I think that was also the intention of how it was to play. But the thing is, unfortunately, it's like plastic, Vulcanus, low density structures, Vulcanus, launching rockets so cheap that every planet can just build a little thing and take care of it itself. So what are we transporting back and forth? Nothing. Because I don't need to transport anything to Fulgora. I don't need to transport anything from Fulgora except for holmium and the special science. I don't need to transport anything from Gleba except the carbon fiber and the agri-science. And therefore it's no longer a many-to-many network. It's more like a hub network where everything comes from Vulcanus to the other planets if needed, but not really. And then it goes to, so it's yeah. And having demand-driven thing network set up for yeah, for stuff like circuits and, or like, no, not sorry, like beacons and modules and crafting material, like infrastructure. I think it's nice, but ultimately I don't think it's needed, because the production capacity of everything except legendary circuits is just so much higher than your consumption. So you have the capability to just saturate all planets with 1,000 of each module and 500 beacons, and then just be like, well, whenever I need to build something on Gleba, I have the modules and beacons I need, because I've just been using idle time to just saturate each planet. I think it's that's why. So I'm definitely conceding that my perspective has changed, but I also think that's because the first thing I saw was how the game was intended to play it, and then as I gained more experience, I saw how it is better to play it, and because that's the way. Also, yeah, in the beginning, spaceships seemed really expensive, but the thing is with Factorio, unlike Captain of Industry, is that infrastructure is free. It's completely free. Like, it doesn't matter how many beacons and modules you need for something, it's just free. Because you just need wait an hour and then you got it and you build it and then that's it. And if you need another, like, it's also the balance between, do I have one spaceship that is in holding pattern over my hub planet and then leaps to the planet that has demand? Or do I just go like, fuck it, I just built 4 identical ships full of crap and then they just sit idle? When there's no carrying cost and there's no maintenance and there's no fuel cost, then just build more ships. And I think that's kind of some of the things. This wasn't the case in vanilla or in base game, because in the base game you couldn't just add more trains to the network, because suddenly you are running into a capacity constraint by having too many junk trains running around and go like, oh, now I'm actually having too many green circuit trains because I may build my green circuit here, and now all the green circuits that go to my blue circuits that across the base, then you have to cross sort of that center intersection. Ooh, that's not good. So adding more trains is not going to help because you're just kind of over congesting the network. So you have to sort of move the green circuits over near the blue circuits and make it dedicated build, something like that. That was kind of the logistics challenge you had in the base game. You don't have those in Space Age. So basically Factorio needs maintenance. It's always been a problem, and it's also why Factorio is just so much easier, is because there is no carrying cost for inventory. Why are the foundries being built? Yeah, that's a good point. Good question, actually. Let's check that. Disabled by control behavior. Interesting. Because it's not getting a request in, because it's kind of relying on it was going from there. Those circuits here are so weird. Like, what is that red line here? Is it here? That was a connection there. Is it there? No. Is it here? No. Is it here? No. Is it here? Yes. Maybe that's actually not what I wanted. Yeah, so these two go into that one. Leaves over. This one goes here. This one goes here. Yes. So it looks like it's actually only this connection I need to move. Yeah. Because that's been replaced by the one that goes power pole to power pole. Okay, so that was not completely impossible to fix. Good. The damn steel, though. Okay. Could you make the hub into stages? Yes, I am going to make the hub into stages, but I'm just going to make the hub into stages for YouTube more than this. And, yeah. Why are the blue ones? Oh, blue ones should definitely not be out there. We are going to skip blues here. Damn. I really need this to be kickstarted. I'm going to take this out and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then help get this online, get this online, get this online. That is not getting any iron. That is because the iron is not built yet. Okay. Okay, so that's that one, and that should get... Still not the iron done. Okay, and I need to scrounge for some more. Yeah. That's the last one. Speed module steel? Yeah, maybe. For now. Yeah. And then we just... Whoops. What? Any of the stuff that's not done critical? No. I do want these ones to go. So every time one of these gets done, then it's like, yay, happy. But there is a problem. And that's the fact that we don't make green circuits yet. But I don't want to make green circuits. I think we'll just import green circuits. Okay. So all of this seems good. And we are getting green circuits in from Novice, for better or for worse. It's that. Might as well. So we definitely have enough of that. So right now the bottleneck is getting... we want these done. Yeah. Yep. Don't you need to take iron plates from the electric furnace? Yeah, do. But this one's also just not non-functional. This one's done. Fine. And we'll just gradually exhaust these. This one's a problem with the logistic storage. Okay, these are kind of getting made. That's good. Up here, this one is kind of getting made. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Yeah, okay, this is pretty quick actually. This is actually the green circuits stuff coming in here. That's the bottleneck. Interesting. Okay, so this one is just gradually decreasing. Why are there some... Oh, there's some blue ones. Okay. There we go. And now I have one rocket silo that's missing and 35 inserters and 4 of that. So this one, what are you missing? You are missing kind of everything. You're not getting any electric engines. Why are the electric engines not working? Because they don't have engines. Why are the electric engines not working? Because they don't have any... That. Why are they not working? They should be working here. They kind of fill this one up first. Ugh. I guess this one should only be going on when this is greater than 100. Because then they get put in here and they get distributed to everything that requests pipes, but only when the stuff that requests normal pipes are saturated, then it'll continue to make this. I think that's better. 15 inserters on you. Yeah, let's just do this then. And that should get us. And then the only thing missing is that. Okay, so let's see. Are you working now? Yes. I cannot go through this. Wait, so you're working. Great. Here. Okay, so this is working. Not yet, but almost. And where are the engines going? What is requesting engines? This is requesting engines, I guess. Yeah, this is requesting engines, I guess. Okay, so we are starting to get a little bit. So we got this. Yay! That means eventually it'll be done. And I think that it's not built in the correct way. I think I need to make it sort of a gradual build. But this, when it's done, it works. Yes. So let's set. What's the power like? Then let me go take a look at the substation network thingy. How? Ooh, we got something. What? That was the tungsten plate suddenly got made by itself? Yeah, okay.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home, Notonius. Thank you for the 75 months. This won't connect though. That'll give us a sense of what a potential second planet and onward city block should look like. Right now, you don't build any underground pipes until all pipe requests are filled up. That is correct. That's also what I want, I think. Like, maybe I don't want that. Maybe I want like a more of a balanced approach. Let's see. Problem is I can't really do a balanced approach without like what I should be doing is then do this so that it can put in, but then I lose the ability to do the lights, and I really like the lights. So I could also do this when like comparing this when I don't even know what that means. Yeah, I think this is correct. Or basically, I would do it the other way around. That kind of makes it's exactly the same, but just basically saying. He's saying when I have less underground pipes than I do have normal pipes, then start bringing them up here. Right? I think that makes sense. You only need 4 morphs of 100%, though that's not needed on cars. Yeah, but the 4 morph for full coverage is not relevant because that is that'll never be the right place to build them anyway. Like that, if I did this and have like, hey, full coverage, yeah, but what about my buildable area? Will you start playing Shapes 2 New Manufacture Hard Mode? No, I don't see a point to that. I'm done with Shapes 2. I think it's a great game, but it's also just kind of outplayed. Yeah, this is definitely what we're going to do this planet and onwards. Right? So, city block. Boop, boop. And then substations. And it also superimposes really nicely. The only problem, or not problem even, it's just that I need to make a filter here that takes these ones out. And be a little bit careful about it, but not a lot of careful, but a little bit careful, like take these out. These. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Are we making substations? We certainly don't have power anymore. So that's kind of bad. So now I need to rebuild the power down here. Woo!
Tales of our endeavors
Chill up
proliferate.
X, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I might have negative regular price, so the underground may never be below the regular. Yeah, but if it has negative, then it's still lower. So I think that negative is correct. And all of this was just made for templating. So let's take this out. That's just everything just kind of crashed because some idiot decided to replace all power poles in the base. Yeah, I know, Speedy. It was not smart. I know. Looks pretty now. Well, it's also just not non-existent. So maybe less pretty and more functional would be a better move right now. I'm gonna take this out. Then it doesn't work for that one. But whatever. I must have substations somewhere. Okay, yeah, there's substations. Ah, the steel, my friends. Yeah, I know, little Speedy, but you're not gonna get. There, let's get some of these going. More steel. Go, 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 go. So how much Caltech steam consumes now? A little bit more, 2, I think it was. Okay, so I have 19 now, so I could probably rebuild. Oh. Rebuild this. But let's start by going down here and actually getting the connection established. Come on. No! 15 on the way. Good. So we can get that one. And I guess this in, and they're powered, and the power connection is established. Good. Re-established. Good, 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 good. and that is... not possible. Okay. We'll do this, so it connects. Whoop. Now it connects, and... yeah. How much stone do I have now? 7,600. Okay. Yeah, I need all of this done, but then they're kind of crashing right now. And they go down here for charging, and then that depletes, and then they have to fly away. Nothing inbound? Why not? It's landfill time? Yeah, it's probably landfill time soon. Okay, we have this one. 20. That's not a lot of science. Why are we having so low? Because this is not working? Oh, because we don't have a tungsten ore. So, now I think the next step is how much we want for this. Okay, so that's 1,000. That's about what we need for killing one of these. So we could probably go out and kill one other one. If we're sort of saying, let's do 1,000 here. 1,000. And also, not that, but... repair packs. Yep. Why is this one not done? Oh, 52. Okay, it takes forever. I want this one. And I think I need to go scrounge some steel somewhere. These ones, they consume steel so slow that it's... yeah, what else consumes steel slow? That one. 4. It's not much. This one. Oh yes. There we go. It's the steel that's still struggling here. That's kind of expected. And you have 8 of those stored. How many do I need? 20, which is also exactly what is being brought back. I think you should also bring back the science eventually. And then I don't think this should be like all requests always done, because that doesn't make sense. How do we make... or we basically do another circuit condition and time passed. Green signal greater or equal to 1. Or waiting 5 minutes. Like this. So it's either wait 30 seconds, ready to go, and all requests are done, or I don't even know if it needs to wait 30 seconds. Does this even need to be here? Like if all requests are done and it can launch, because it can never launch normally. Yeah. So either it's the circuit condition for a lot of time, or it's the circuit condition... oh, these are... there we go, like this. Circuit condition, green, greater than or equal to 1. Here. that one. Shoot. There, right? Either everything is satisfied. Like this, right? And it's not 30 seconds, it's 300 seconds. There. I think this is better. Yeah, I don't, but the whole thing about the ticks is prevented by this one, if nothing else, because it will never get there and can leave it anyway immediately, because it's never going to be green immediately because of both fuel and particularly ammo. So, yeah. Because then I can do this as well. Because then it can get this if it can, or it can't if it can't. We made it to space. We made it final very science. Okay, well, I'm a little bit ahead of you then. You're still using also steel plates. That steel is just not really getting there, is it? That was actually not at all where I wanted to put it. Up here to the substations, because the substations are the ones that we are lacking. Good. So I have... Did I seriously make 10k? No, that one's also 1k. There we go. And... Okay, let's get these out here. And let's clear some more worms, because that one is a noisy one. You're right there. And you are small demolisher. Okay. I need to get the worm killer module. Love this blueprint. Such a nice TD blueprint. It's actually sequence-wise like this. And I'm gonna build it. Ooh, if I build it here, then those robots might help, and I don't actually want that. Go! I don't know. This is not good. This is not good. It's not enough. Oh, it's not. It is good. It's good. A million broken robots here. And I said I wanted 100. Oh, I'm not part of the logistics network. That's why. Yeah, small only need 1 block. Correct. But, you know, I was not sure that it was going to get built because it was partially built by the in-house logistics, the in-house robots. So I was kind of thinking maybe I need to do something, help them out a little bit more. So can we get this? Yes. So we can go out and take another worm. As long as it's a small one. But we need to get to tungsten now. Not quite there yet. 6 more, and you also good. Right? Oh, I kind of forgot. It's this one I want, which is 500. So, how do we get that? It's actually funny. Where do we actually make the cliff explosives? Oh, green belt and explosives. Yes, that one. Okay. And then this one is rocketry on plastic. But it's this one. This will be the next one to build. But we need a steady supply of science and, yeah, stuff. Oh no, this is not connected. That little teeny tiny lava bit. Oh, I'm still not in the logistics network now. Is it coming in? Nope, nothing yet. Okay, let's move up here. It's over here. Found it. No? Oh, there it is. Or is that? That's actually not the one. That's for the second. That's a different area. This is a big area. Hopefully it's not a medium worm. Could very well be a medium worm, this one. Damn, it's a giant area this worm has conquered. Oh, I saw it. There it is. There's the tracks. And it's a small demolisher worm. Good. Intercepted from below. Oh, that's important. There it is. Worm killer. Nice. And everything got... Not a single one got ruined, did it? Nice. So sexy. Thank you. You too. And I want all of this because this gives us some precious... I was about to say Promethium, but gives us some of this to begin early game here. Oof, they're actually almost dying. Okay. Didn't reveal any new or better deposits. So, didn't really do much for us. Got us something which we can use for science. And maybe we can go over here and poke that one. I think we have enough for that. Yeah, I think. Okay, it's not right by the edge anymore. It has moved. Is this the closest? Maybe it's that one actually that's the closest. So let's take that instead. I bet you eat lasagna straight out of the oven. What? Petron drops? I think I did, but maybe not. I have a... So, here, let's see. Are we getting any of these in? No, we're not. So, this is probably a steel issue. So, we again need to go find places that have excess steel. Maybe like rails, for example. No, the rails is consuming all the steel. Of course, we need a lot of rails. Like this one. And then go there. And okay. Nice. So we get 40. How many are we missing? We need 34. How is this not getting done? Yeah, okay, this is also missing. What is it? It needs 1,000, and it means it's actually getting closer to... yeah. Yep. So now 600, and I need to get this to all the way to 1,000. We'll get that eventually. Good. Let's go out here and push this one forward. Ta-da! So this is now available for our build. And can we drag it back? Yes, we can. Here. Yes, we can. It's gonna be a little clunky, but we can. Okay, so this will also get powered, and this will get powered, and then we definitely need to go out here and poke this little worm. Every planet should have a threat like Navis spiders, not exactly something that's purposes. Yes, I think so too. I think that what should be done on Vulcanus, no, on Fulgora, like Navis is fine, Gleba is fine, Vulcanus is fine. Fulgora should have, whenever you go into an area, should have automated defenses like turrets, laser turrets, mines, that kind of thing. So it's just static defenses, because that will kill you way more often because you forget about it and then you just walk in and get nuked. And then I think also Aquilo could also have something. Funny, when it walks past the lava, it actually makes a path. I think this is a little bit too close because they won't be able to fill them all up before it triggers or it aggroes. Come on. Yes, it works. Ouch. That was, took a lot of damage, but that's ultimately irrelevant. Robot enemies? Yeah, I don't think they need to be robot enemies. It could just be like among the things that are just turrets with ammo and stuff like that, so that there's something to be mindful of when you're running around just, oh, I need to tap this area. Like, yeah, okay, but there could be mines, there could be something, and when you send robots in to just deconstruct it, as I would do, then they get shot down, and like, I think there could be some cool things about it. And pretty simple. Oh, we're actually in the next area already. Okay. Oops. Definitely not what I wanted. It's down here. I see the trail. Yay, look at this glorious mine here. Woohoo! 24,000 tungsten. Woohoo! Amazing. And stand in the middle so it gets built faster. Shorter travel time for robots. Nope. I don't have enough ammo to do this, so hurry up. Hello. Oh, it's also... Oh, weird. It was actually in the wrong... So it didn't need an aggro on me. Huh. There. Stacking item on conveyor belts, a space age only addition. Yes. It was added to space age, and it's a clever tech. These are coming in. Oh. Well, I have 29, and I'm gonna wait for this to come in. Right, 300 and... Okay, so that's kind of a lot that we're missing. So let's go out here and start. I'm going to stay inside the logistics network until the other one is powered. Sufficiently powered. There we go. So now it's powered. And... Come on. There we go. Now that's powered. Now triggered. This one needs to be powered. And then they're finally back here. And I don't have any of these left. I am getting a few inbound, but how many missing? 8, 7. 7 of those. Okay. And what about this elusive one? So the ammo is still chugging along. Here. This is missing 40 more. This is almost done with that. Almost. And these are just chugging along nicely, I think. Yes. Anything else that has abundant steel? This one? No. This one? Abundant steel? Sure. Let's get it up there for the last thing. So this one's done. Now it's just 34 more. And we can take one more robot out. And then we build the tungsten plant. That one gets triggered. This one. Go. And the final two. What's our situation for that? 143. So still not very many of those. And that's because we don't have any. Yeah, no. Love the new squares, very pleasing. Good, then you can thank Nuke Marine. Nuke Marine has been the one who's been pushing for this setup. Kind of could have lava patches that open and close up randomly. It opens on your factory to choices make Vulcanus never safe to build and forget. Nilaus would hate it, yes. And I think most people would hate it. If it was like in like, you'd have to have something that you could automate to sort of deconstruct it and replace it and all that stuff. So it's an automation game. So if there's something that you can, there's a risk, then you should also be able to automate that risk away. And that would be like a whole range of new systems that would be in place. Where are you, little worm? Down here on your panhandle. I guess this would be a panhandle, this part. Ah, oh, there it is. I love this one. Oh, hello. It's way too close. Yeah. When's the next lot of blueprints and YouTube video catching up? Don't know. Maybe over the next week. Maybe never. But the next YouTube video should be tomorrow. That's my intention. But someone is keeping me up late today, so maybe I won't be able to get up at 7 in the morning to make the next video. I know it is shameful. So that was actually not even in the right area. How many we got? Enough to... Let's try taking this one out and see what happens. This is not good. Oh, it's gonna be pushed. Oh, okay, pushing it, but we got it. And we should also take a break. Let's get this one done. And this one. Yes, they're repairing. I'm back. Yeah, this is a much nicer build for the second planet and onwards. I'm still going to retain it. Artillery, I'm not going to do artillery. I have no intention of doing artillery for a very long time. How's this one coming along? 90. All right, cool. There. Okay, short break, final hour, setting up Vulcanus and the belts. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. Welcome back. So, actually this is missing one thing that's critical and essential. Why do we not have any lights in this space here? Because I can't place them consistently, I think. No. Yeah. Good. Alright, so the next step is that we actually want to have exactly 0 of these in our inventory. There. And instead we want to get... And I really should have some kind of idea about what these groups should be. Because it's just a mess what I've done now. Probably don't need 20, but just 10. And also 20 of these, maybe. Technically don't need that pole. That's true, we don't need it anymore. That's true. Because this one is taken care of, neither do we need that one. Nice. Alright. And that is also not needed. Is it used for transport of a circuit? No. And then this could maybe be replaced with something here instead. I don't know if it's better, but it's different. No. No. We'll go with this, because there's no room in here. Right, so what do we do now? I seem to recall that the third block we need to make is the green. That is hooking up here. Yes, here. Maybe. What was it supposed to be in this location? Yeah, that's not going to work. That is not going to work because this is an essential one. And if I move it over here, then it's this corner that dies. I can move it over here. Have a little complainy cat. What if I build it here, for example? It's mainly about where I get this inbound from. So maybe this is better? It really wants to be up here. But that means there's no iron being produced. Ah! I also have to think about, like, what is it, like, if I have these two nicely next to each other, what is it I want with the other ones? Like, do I want to build it up here or up here? Or would I really want to build it maybe like down here instead? Or like, what would be, like, how flexible do I want it to be? Since this is where I get tungsten, then getting this one out here and in would be nice. But I could also build it over here and then just kind of... No. Maybe that is actually the best place in my current base. Like this one. It's entirely possible to build it. And I just need to extend the pipes out. So let's do that. Many 142. Okay, so it's not like overwhelming amounts of anything. Except for the foundries. Too many foundries. Yeah, and unfortunately it's the wrong foundries that got built. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so let's get 6, 7. How many do we need? 6, 7. Had a redocular, was deciding to pull everything down and make neat once I was up and running. Yes. There we go. Take all of that. So now we need this part out here. The big mining drills. How do I want to build like this? Because these are, if I recall, they're really bad. And we can't go under this, so it'll have to be something like this to go out here. And if I build it like that, it also doesn't work. So maybe I just build it each. No. I think at the beginning, do I want to make it like really tight? Then I think I also want to build like this, right? Kind of like this, right? No, no, kind of not like this at all. It's a subtle thing. Because then that would be like this and this. Also running out of belts soon. Okay, should we say that this is probably enough right now? And none of them are powered. And where? Oh, it needs to go up here. Or maybe I can actually just drag it in from here. And off we go. $142. So let's see if we run out. It's gonna be close. Then we have to extend some power poles and stuff. Or some long underground belts. Why efficient? It's not like Vulcanus is lacking power generation capacity. No, but I don't have any more right now. So if I use too much power, then I have to go back and build more power plants. And don't want to do that right now. Right, so this is coming in, and we don't have any of the research. Let's see if what this ship looks like. It is here, and it doesn't have any of it. This has 237. Ugh, because it doesn't have enough of these. Let me see. When we build this, it's also going into a box, right? But why this one? This doesn't. I don't like this. This just seems like a weird way of doing this thing. But I'd rather do something like this and say. So like half of it can go in here and get put in a box. Okay, so why is it not working? Doesn't have any of that. Why is that not working? Because we don't have any of this shit inbound. So this needs lava inbound. That's fine. Lavalicious here is that one. Lubricant and water. So we need all of it, right? This one is here. Why do we need this build? So that one. Then I need this one. It's the water inbound, and then the lubricant inbound is here. And the final one is lava inbound here. Ta-da! Can I show you some web-based tool I made for Factorio? I'm sure you'll find them very useful. Nope. You can link it in Discord, but this is not a place for it. And I'm also pretty sure I won't find it useful, because I don't use tools online. Buffer while building belts. Buffer while building belts. We're not actually building belts because we don't have this recipe yet. So once these are saturated, and then the belt will be stuck, and then all of it will go in here. And this should be requested in here. No? Oh. 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 I'm owing a lot here. So right now we are not making any of the carbide because the carbide is here, and that requires something to come in by belt, and it is not. So, or by robot. So I'm gonna get some of this by robot. Problem is that I don't actually want this to go into these two now. Because this one doesn't really make sense to keep around. But on the other hand, it also doesn't really matter. Like, it steals some of this, but... it just also seems a little bit to me like... this is using 0.72, and this one is producing... with a beacon, which we can easily plop down here. That one. And that one. Those probably should be part of the build from the get-go. Or actually not, because I don't have the power before I built the power plant. How much is this? This is making 2.3, this is making 2.3, but it also requires 7.5 here. So I think this needs to go significantly up. And what about you? You are producing 1.9 and this is consuming 1.9. So this is perfect ratio, but it requires coal coming in, which is not happening. Yeah, Prometheum storage makes Bluebird useful. Yep. And that's about it. Also, someone's really don't like lights in this base. That's really weird. Because the guy who usually builds bases around here likes having lights in their base. That should have been researched million hours ago. Maybe even that one. I don't know. So I'm just wondering, it would be really neat if I could build something. If I could put a, like, that would be lovely, but it's not really doable, is it? Kind of could be, couldn't it? If I take this out and then shift this over to that one. That would be really nice. But I'm missing some power then. No, it has to be like this. I can't move it over. That works. But then you're missing something. There we go. Somehow that got better. We have a small bus between blocks. Cosmos tungsten. Yeah. Red wire's disconnected. Yes, it's true. But where did I have the red wire? I had the red wire here, but what was I actually using it for? I wasn't using it for anything. Like, these ones are just basically filling up the boxes. So I don't think I was controlling anything with wire, wasn't I? Or maybe here. This one's controlled by wire. This one is controlled by wire. Yes, but the other ones are just filling up boxes. Okay, so I do need the wire. Thank you. Seems weird, right? This seems too close, doesn't it? Okay. No! There. Ah. Whoops. Whoops. One turret is out of ammo? I don't like those kind of warnings. Yep, nothing. Available on planet is Okay. That should be better. And yeah. I-36. There. What? They disappeared? Oh! Are they going here? Oh, okay, that's weird. Yeah, okay, so they do a combination. Hmm. Woohoo! We also means that we have actually built the first of these. We haven't built the second one. Oh, look at that. It's just missing a little bit of steel. Just the tiniest bit of steel is missing here. Seriously, 2 steel. Ta-da! So we're actually building the next one. And what are we missing? We're missing... Oh, blue inserters. What the hell blue inserters doing up here? Yeah. How filthy. Let's have a look at you. Where are you sitting? You're sitting here. And you are actually getting the first 200 inbound. Interesting that the combination of maybe getting 4 of the foundries, they can only transport 5 at a time, plus 200 of these is a legitimate combi. So 1 more of this, 1 more. And that's probably... Let's try this. Oh no, that's actually not what I want. Okay, so you're full, that's available. This one's full and available. And this is not fast enough here, so 200. Robot uses is a little irrelevant here, so just robot spam. -2 space, that's also a good point, yes. I have 20. So that's also a good idea to get miners here. 20? Sure. And now we get another 200. Yes, lovely. Oops. Never mind. There you go. How can one be missing? Oh, that's irrelevant because it can't get there. Yeah. There. Okay, so now we have 0 things that are waiting for new builds. Great. Let's see. After uranium ammo, or maybe instead of uranium ammo, I need explosives. Yes. And I think that if I get 400 back here, then that would require 25% productivity for us to actually get it, which I don't have. So I do want to get a little bit more. We're still stuck here. And this one is 0 on the way. There are 2 available on the planet. 0 available on the planet. And this one is 200. So if I can get 4 plus 200, that would be lovely. That'd be exactly what we want. And then I would have 600 going back, and that would be enough for the first research. And then I'd have to go here. And that goes out immediately. So. And this just gives us 12% productivity, so we would need to have, I don't know, 450 or something. Oh, yeah, 450 in order to get the 500 available. But let's see, if I want to get this, this is not any of the yellow or purple, so that's fine. Uranium ammo is a nasty one. Right, so looking at this one. Oh, you went back. No, that sucks. I really don't want you to go back now. Damn. Why no productivity in miners? Because it's never worth it to put productivity in miners. If you want productivity, you just research this one. It's way better. I can get plus 12% productivity, or yeah, plus 12% productivity with 2 modules, but I can just get this one for 10% productivity. So that's never, ever, ever under any circumstance, except some really weird scenarios, should you use productivity on miners. What about pumps? Pumps, never, ever, ever, and ever again, because it's the same thing. Same thing. This is the majority of the productivity. You get that from the research, which of course they don't have now. Always speed on pumps. If you need more, if either default, if you are fine, or if you want more, then it's speed modules all the time. And a novice, speed modules, always. And something actually got attacked here. The thing we could do now is we can always just this one will get better by doing like this. Oh, it actually doesn't. It doesn't replace trees when doing this. I have to hold shift while doing it. Oops. Yep, we don't have those. Oops. Oops. Yeah. This might take a while to build all of this. This might take a while. And there are some places that are more important than others. Just a little intermezzo here. Oh, there we go. And that should now merge together with where we started. How many? 1,600? There you go. And that's now 700 remaining. Productivity on early lithium brine is a valid choice, right? I can't imagine why that would be the case. Early brine, why would they do that? Just research a few more productivity levels and then it should be fine. Okay, what about you? Express here. What about, where are you at? You are heading now towards back to Vulcanus. So let's look at Vulcanus. What is our science situation looking like? 400. Great. What is our foundry situation looking like? 11 logistic storage. Okay. And our here? That's also competing for motors. Motor. Green circuits. Yeah, we're not making green circuits here. But that is something Vulcanus Express is taking care of. I hope. Are we actually requesting that? Yes, 2,000. And we have none. So, having this one come back would be lovely. Let's see what happens when it comes back. It should drop all the greens. Or at least 2,000 of the greens. There we go. It removed all the greens. Nice. And this one's coming in. 8. And here we still don't have anything because it's still like it's waiting for sort of building a partial. On the way 5, available on planet 6. Yeah, okay, we only have one launcher, so it's gonna take forever. But I'm hoping that I wish this would go first. $10 on the way, damn. Yeah, okay, so the last remaining 2. 2 of those plus I don't know how many that would be for this that would be required. 200. Can be slow on motors and green chips for now. After the next planet, we can fix those issues. Yes. On first trip. Yes. The one case that's also okay. I mean, I think it'll be fine if it goes back and forth. So now it needs the last 2 on board, but it can't do that unless it gets 4. But then I need this to actually get up there, which bothers me. Custom minimum payload. And this one is available on planet. Should actually be able to, but maybe it's because the spaceship is not ready to launch. Oh. It's not. Oops. And it'll take forever. Huh. That really needs a beacon, then. I think this part should actually be taken out.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
And then what I need to do is... Hey, Doc! Thank you for the prime. Welcome. Yeah, this is not actually correct. This one would be much better suited over here. This will only do inbound when stone is greater than 1,000. Jacob, thank you for the primes. Welcome. But the tier 3 assembler being that yellow-green makes me think it's devoted to Nurgle. It probably is. Okay, so let's have a look. Did we get anything in here? Yes, we're getting on the way 100. Why did it get 100? Because it's combined with this? 2 of these plus some of this, and then a 100 of that. Oh, that's so disgusting. It is technically enough to get it going. So I guess we let it just filter off. There. Why is this not working? Okay, so it's not working because it's not getting the tungsten. Why is the tungsten not working? Because this is not working. Why is that not working? Because we're not getting enough. Oh, so we're simply not producing enough down here. Oh, man. What a waste. This is 3 per second, so that's 9, 18 per second. And how much is this one consuming? 3.5. Okay, so we're definitely getting enough now. So this was just there was a mining issue. Yeah, this is easily getting enough in here. So it is now filling up. There's a positive number here. They've done a space age run. What use a landfill on Vulcanus? Throw it into the lava, but it's more compact to throw it into the lava than to throw the stone into lava. So it's basically just compacting it and storing it, and then I might do something else with it. You can see already our storage is completely full of stone. Oopsie. So we just bring it up here, compact it at 50 to 1, and then we can throw it out later on. Cliff explosives. And what about you? Are you doing something? You are almost back on novice and dropping off the last 100. Whoop. Perfect. And this is coming in. Then we look at novice and it's just shoveling in here. Oh, we can actually make this as... Okay, interesting. You can put the ghost in against the new machine and not against the old machine. That's nice. So, here we should have... Okay, they're all inbound, and that should give us cliff explosives. What do we want after cliff explosives? I guess we want the green belts, and we want this here, but they are very expensive. Well, this one is. So we're probably going to need something in between to just kind of fill up. Coal liquefaction. And then something with yellow signs. It's not really something I want with yellow signs. Getting things inbound. Good. Viewer didn't know they could toss stone back into lava and had lots of chests full of stone. Oof. Laser firing speed will use yellow signs. And you didn't install... Oh, right. That's a good point. Yeah, so... Laser weapon damage and... Laser shooting speed. There. Let's get that there. So now we're working on the green, which is probably not going to work. So let's do something else in between. Good. This is working. Okay, they're all being picked up still. But that should also definitely speed up this part. We have now something inbound. That's better than nothing. How much is this? This is using 1.8 each. So each of these are producing more than that. So I should, if science is the only thing that's working, it isn't. But if it is, then these should be able to get there. Or, yeah. Yeah, it's actually a really good ratio compared to here. And what is the content of our boxes? We're down to 27,000. Yep, good. Right. Next thing we want to do is up here. We got them cliff explosives. Whee! Happiness. Happiness is cliff explosives. Explosives. Oh. I wonder if we don't have enough. No, we have 6,400. Good. Celebrate with cliff explosives. Yes, indeed. That's gonna be like this is the major milestone that we're hitting here. I don't think this was when it was blue that it needed to be sped up. I don't think it needs to be sped up now. Even though it doesn't have this one that it should have. So let's see. This one is using 1.5. That's 0.4, 0.4. So if these are all working, that's 1.6, and this is using basically 1.6. So that's that ratio. This is producing 0.25, and I'm using 0.15. So that's also at ratio. This one is way faster, and this is not. So maybe we could do 1. But I don't think so. I don't think that's needed. It will burn through this. How's the Logibot count? I think I just put it to 1,000 each, which I think is fine. I'm using about 300 for continuous transport. So, okay, so. Goodbye, evil cliffs of evilness. Woohoo! And like honestly, it hasn't been like a massive hurdle. These cliff explosives in this playthrough. That actually means this one should also be transporting cliff explosives back. Although Novice is not actually requesting any of these things, but it's just kind of there, right? It's still stuck here. This one's stuck here. This one's getting 500. Ooh, 7. Ooh, nice. Okay, so something is coming in here. Good. Shooting speed. Let's get that first because I think we've run out. Oh, it was only the biolabs that you could set with filters, right? It wasn't any of these. It was only biolabs, I think. Yeah. So, not just there yet. And that's actually this one because we are running out of yellows and we have plenty of purples. So now it would be nice to be able to manage this one with circuits. Set research. Oh, we can do that. Oh, nice. That seems honestly like a lot of work, but I mean, it's nice. So basically saying if production science is greater than, but what is this research condition? Set the actual research when the condition passes. But is that, where's it? That's then reading it from an input. So it should get an input of science, right? I also think it's for late game for stuff, but it's a new feature, so there aren't that many new features. So let's sort of look into it. And this one would then be that one, right? But then I hope it would actually just go for the infinite one. And then I have another research condition that goes like, oh, if I have the yellow ones. I don't know what having means in this case, but then we just do some, that one, right? And then that would be higher up because, yeah, this would be like the default. Hey, if we don't have anything else, then just do this. And then I would do, if we have some of this one, then it would be the greens there, something like that. That would be like even higher, something like this, right? But I would need to send a signal inbound, and then I would need to get all of them wired up. I don't think it reads itself. I think it reads the contentless box plus some buffer box, for example, or the belt, for example. If the belts, we could read the belts by actually, that would probably be like a pretty simple way. Ah. Yeah. And you'd think that I'd be able to copy paste this, but nope. Apparently not. This one. Oh, not hold. Yeah, hold, yes. There. Then it just stopped. It just stopped. Why did it just stop? I'm freaking out. Yeah. We're now getting some signals, yes. Missing science pack. What are we missing? Yeah, but then you should go on to the next one. Huh. This doesn't work the way I'm... Dealing with spoilage here? No. These don't take spoilage. Well, not right now. What am I missing here? Why is this not working? Like, you'd think that it would try to do this. It's reading 7 orange, so switch to orange tech. That's why it stopped. Oh, yeah, it shouldn't be... It should be 20 or something. Like... ooh, funny. Yeah, it should be like a larger number. And then how do you prevent hysteresis? I don't know. Which one did I edit? I edited one random one. Lovely, I can't remember which one. This one. Yeah. Then it switches to laser weapons. Because this one is active. And then when this gets lower, then it switches to that one. Let's see if that works. Oh, actually, let's see that it switches back now that this increases. Ah, it switches over to turbo belts. Nice. It actually works. Oh, it does something. Missing science pack, and then it starts grabbing things inbound. Okay, so when something comes in, it switches back to the turbo belts. Nice. It feels like you just need one is enough. It looks like I needed all of them. Set the research only on one lab. What if they're different then? Well, this looks pretty neat, honestly. I think that's a nice, even for this level, it's nice because now I'm having this, and then like, then I should probably also have some warnings somewhere. I think that's actually convenient, even at this level, because I want to do turbo belts, and um, turbo belts are not that big of a deal, but when I get to this one, then 2000 is a lot. So it'll be like starting and then waiting, and then starting a little bit, waiting. Every time it comes back, it'll start, and then in the meantime, it'll start working on mining productivities and laser damage and stuff like that. To auto while waiting for other sides to arrive like a clever. Yeah, I think it needs to be the first lap in the chain. I don't need, it's not the first. But maybe you'd only need one and not all. Okay, so let's take stock of the situation. I don't know, I've not been doing like super much, but I've just been kind of having a good time, just casually moving forward. We got some nice crisp designs here. They've been improved, and I'll still need to do some work on this one, but it's going to be a while until I get this to YouTube. So there's hopefully time to forget all the things that I wanted to do. Yeah, so I like this generally. I don't like the fact that I killed all the lights in this here. Yeah. And then we get the hub. This is now producing. We got the main parts. That's the cliff explosives, and soon also the green belts. And that's kind of all we need from this. You also, maybe we should also do some plastic and rockets. And then, oops, after this, we don't need to do anything more. Then it's time to go to Fulgora, because we want to get to unlock some electromagnetic plants. So doing plastic and rockets, I think, is nice to do with some cold liquefaction. So we set one of this up and then head off to another planet to go update my entire base, because I like the new wiring. Nice. Do Factorio first, then revisit Vulcanus to fix everything and scale up. That's exactly what I want. That's why this is separate. This is landing, and then, well, these are the things we want. And then once we have done that, we go to Fulgora, and on Fulgora, it's, oops, there. Fulgora specific construction, yes. Then we have these blocks. And then we have go into this part, probably get some rails, and then we don't do cursed that part. That's something we do later. So we do until this part, scrap mining, and then like basically there's a landing block basic, a hub block, and then there's a landing block upgraded and a landing block, a hub block updated. And then we do these two things, which might need some trains coming in with some setup. And once that's done, then that's city block size. Then it's onwards to Glorious Glebalicious, which is not much. Yeah, I love these farm blocks. They were so good. Like when I just realized that, I was like, ah, it can be automated. Nice. Yeah. And then Aquilo, and then back. Yes. Kinda has become my favorite when you get everything right. Ugh, not mine. Anyway, thank you very much for the hype train. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the awesome conversations at the beginning. It's super amazing. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow will be Keep Trucking. So it's going to be Monday, Thursday, and probably Friday this week, but not Wednesday and Sunday as usual. So because summer vacation things, it's different. So keep an eye on Discord for notifications, and then I will try to get a YouTube video out tomorrow. But yeah, someone's been keeping me up at late tonight, so you never know. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective. We keep trucking. So it's going to be Monday, Thursday, and probably Friday this week, but not Wednesday and Sunday as usual. So because summer vacation things, it's different. So keep an eye on Discord for notifications, and then I will try to get a YouTube video out tomorrow. But yeah, someone's been keeping me up at late tonight, so you never know. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective.